So the guards had approached, and we saw the one with the enormous axe and kind of the bestial arm come up, and he said, well, what have we here? And with that, you are standing on the shore of this lake with a half-drowned child.
I will stop being an alligator and go back to being Winley.
Okay. Are you trying to do this, like, out of sight in the water somehow, or are you, like, up on the shore?
Well, I assumed we were up on the shore already.
Well, would you have
So are you morphing
clambered
in full view of these guys?
I wouldn't have been like, I'm gonna stop using the wild shape until I saw the guards.
Because I think like if you were able to morph in the water out of view, so it looks like you're just swimming in there and looking. And then we can play that
well,
off
that's. When did we see the guards is kind of what I'm asking. Like,
Okay.
would I have seen them from the water where I could have been like, ooh, they don't like beasts. Maybe I'll stop being an alligator?
It's pretty wooded off of the beach itself, so we only saw them when we were about 10 feet or so from the shore.
Okay. So I think, unfortunately, they probably saw me as an alligator and then transformed back into Winley.
Okay. Well, having seen that...
I mean, I would try to do it as inconspicuously as possible, but, like, we're on the beach. They probably see. Unless there's, like, some woods, like, right next to me.
Not on the beach.
Yeah, okay. They
no way to discreetly do that is what we're getting at, I guess.
They definitely saw me as a...
Where are the rest of us right now?
Everybody's on the beach.
And who... Okay, so, like, are we already talking to the guards?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at all of you right now in, like, a 15-foot cluster.
So, if I remember... Sorry, Jake.
No, I was just going to say Mina would like to explain the situation in as clear of terms as she can. She's not trying to lie at all. No reason to. We got here, and we were following a story that we'd heard about a missing Vistani girl, and we got here, and we saw suspicious activity out on the lake. Went out there to ask him some questions. He was even more suspicious, referring to this guy, old guy number one. Anyway, so we rescued this girl from being, like, drowned and murdered. That's what happened.
Okay. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Can I make a persuasion check to back him up?
You can give him the help action.
I will give him the help action. What do I do?
No.
You don't do anything. You're just sort of chattering with him, and he gets advantage.
I just figured, with me being in the military and stuff, I might know how to talk to, like, militia and guard and stuff, and so I kind of lend that to the conversation.
I'm sort of mentally envisioning Mulan when she first gets to the army camp.
I'm not a great person to be doing this. Sorry.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can put my armor back on with an action, so
The Iron Man powers.
Yeah, exactly.
There. He kind of narrows his eyes at Mina's story, but kind of, as she's sort of narrating it, casts his eyes over Bluto, kind of still standing in the other boat. The child does not actually seem to make any remark on Winley having transformed, at least at the moment. It sort of seems to take it in and consider it for a moment. Well, then who are you?
My name's Mina, and also for what, Tom pointed out, Ash's soldier background, my folk hero background gives me this rustic hospitality trait. So if these guys have commoner, if they're kind of the commoner, social caste, I guess. It's unclear how that's defined in game mechanics, but they're friendly towards Mina, at least from whatever mechanical standpoint you want to determine.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll say, my name's Mina, and I just helped rescue this kid, along with these other folks from this guy.
Doc cheerfully waves.
Okay. He kind of...
If the alligator is there, pointing specifically at the alligator as part of that, and these other folks.
Wave alligatorly.
Yeah.
I think he probably transformed during the story. Or
Yeah.
the outset of the story. He kind of turns his gaze over the rest of you, and then looks at Mina. You, aside. And he kind of points with his big bestial arm to the side of the group.
He wants to talk to you to the side.
Okay. Fine. Let's do it. Well, I'll walk over there with him.
He actually doesn't walk over. He kind of watches you step out of the way and then walks up to Harmony. What's your story?
Harmony stopped from her usual jumping in to do all the talking for everybody, whether they want her to or not, because she was, and presumably is, still distracted by seeing to the well-being of the Vistana child. I mean, she's not a trained healer. She has the healer's kit. Presumably there's not much she can do beyond what she's already done, but she's probably, like, fretting over the girl, like, checking, for wounds, seeing...
Yeah, I was going to do a heal action on her, but I remember being told that it wasn't really necessary.
Right.
Well, so the question here is, do you want to use a spell on her? Because you've done a medicine check.
Yeah.
But the question is, do you want to actually use magic to help her?
I was going to. Yeah, last time, the very last thing I said was I was going to use a spell, but you said it wasn't necessary. I don't know
not to, like, keep her from dying.
And to ask this now, because I don't know if I remembered to last session, Harmony had the nightmare again last night.
Yep.
Is this the girl?
Seems very familiar.
Okay. So Harmony probably wasn't really paying more than, like, base attention to Mina's conversation with this fella, but she'll, like, kind of look up as he approaches and addresses her. Is he, like, and I know you posted the picture, is he, like, similarly uniformed to the guards we've already met and talked to?
The guards all wear sort of studded leather and seem to be carrying an assortment of kind of clubs or spears for most of their accoutrements. He is definitely decked out much more significantly, both in terms of his armor and armament, so you would assume he's some sort of sergeant or captain.
Is he wearing any sort of, like, sigil? Okay. Harmony will kind of look up at him and will kind of instinctively move to be between him and the girl, just kind of like, not like overly, like she's not like gripping her sword or anything, but she like positions herself between the girl and him, and will kind of look up at him and say, well, we're rescuing kidnapped children, which isn't really technically in our job description since we just got to Vallaki, but, we're a resourceful group.
That's not what I asked. I said, what's your story?
Oh. Well, how much time do you have?
He does not seem to be taking your kind of banter with any great sense of humor.
Harmony will sigh at her usual cheerful approach not working, and will kind of like dust herself off a bit and stand up to... Obviously, probably comes up to this guy's, like, chest at best. She's not particularly tall. But she'll kind of draw herself up a little more and say, my companion covered it. We're a traveling group of adventurers. We recently arrived in Vallaki at the Blue Water this morning. We were asked to keep a lookout for a missing Vistana child. We followed... She cocks her head towards... the guy, the fisherman, Blue Toe, whatever we're calling him. We followed him here after seeing he had acted suspicious and rescued the girl. Is that the story you were looking for, or do you want to hear about my tragic past?
Make a persuasion check. He considers your words for a moment and then points in the same direction as Mina. Aside.
So he's making sure we have our story straight. Gotcha.
Harmony will nod and say, just one moment, and she will busy herself gathering the girl, picking her up, and walking over.
Leave her.
Harmony will stop.
I put a hand on your shoulder and I said, don't worry, I'll help.
Harmony's body language goes very rigid when the guard tells her to leave her, and she pauses a moment. She like doesn't move. She is very clearly considering. But when Ash takes that action, she'll kind of look back and forth. She'll look to Ash, then to the guy, then to the girl, then nod in Ash's direction and stalk over to where Mina is. But I mean, she will go literally the minimum distance that will satisfy this guy. She will
Like go until he like looks
right,
away.
yes.
Like,
She'll kind of like be walking backwards.
It only
How's this?
It only takes about 7 or 8.
Okay,
He's
okay.
really just looking for you to kind of be separated, it seems like.
Like away from where Mina is, or
No, just kind of from the bulk group here.
Okay.
So you're kind of in Mina's direction, but maybe not as far off to the side.
she is watching this as closely as she can possibly be watching. She is taut. She is ready to go at a moment's notice.
would you say you have a ready to
I
action?
would say I
to
have
this guy?
a very ready to action.
He kind of takes a step up to Ash and the girl and looks down at you, Ash. How is she?
She'll live. She was under the water for quite some time. We did a basic medicine, and I have asked my god to look after her a little bit more. So I think she'll be fine.
Did she wake up upon being healed?
No, she's still unconscious. He kind of looks over Ash and her for a moment, and then just nods, and then is going to come over to Docrin. What of you?
I'm gonna pick up the girl at this point, just so I'm holding her.
I say if this guy came up to his chest, I gotta be up to like his waist at best.
You're at like his knee. He's close to 7 feet tall.
It's as my colleagues described. We were. I would say, did we say we were? I'm trying to remember how you phrased it. We were given
of adventurers?
Not that, but we like had a lead on the child, like because we don't want to say we got arcane readings from
Harmony just said that we were asked at the Blue Water to keep an eye out. We followed. I mean, she said we followed the fisherman here. Has he been like? Has he been like intentionally trying to keep us speaking quietly enough that?
No.
Okay, so he could hear what Harmony and Mina have said so far.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I would basically echo the same story that they get. Yeah, so we were told to look out for this girl here. The fisherman here gestures towards Pluto. So yeah, thought he was looking kind of suspicious, so we followed him out here, and we were able to save the girl just in time. He said something about trying to, I don't know,
make an offering.
Yeah, make an offering or get the lake to yield more fish or something, which just is completely scientifically just not even remotely a thing. But
I'm just imagining that duck then goes into wrong
exactly.
way.
Like he starts out telling the story, and then like once he finds that hook to latch onto, just
starts talking about the ins and outs of lake fishing.
He stops you about 10 seconds.
Yeah,
into that
sure.
Ramble. Make a persuasion check.
Yeah. Well, because I am really good at persuasion here, guys, so this might go poor. Yeah, that goes somewhat poorly.
He sort of begins to narrow his eyes as you get into your scientific ramble, but doesn't sort of say anything and gestures for you to join the others.
Okay.
And then finally turns over to Winley. What of you, witch? What do you have to say for yourself?
Winley is not pleased about that. Winley will kind of look at him, with narrowed eyes and be like, I'm not a witch. I don't appreciate being insulted in such a manner. As my friends have told you, we're adventurers. We just arrived in Vallaki. We were asked to keep an eye out for this missing girl. We, had a tip that it had something to do with the lake, so we followed this scumbag, and we'll kind of like gesture to the fisherman. And luckily, we were able to save her before she drowned.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
So you said he talked to Ash. Did he gesture Ash to the side, or did he just...
No, he's letting her stay with the girl.
Okay.
I am just as persuasive as Doc.
Yikes.
He seems less than pleased, kind of with your defense of yourself.
Well, Winley's rather less than pleased at being called a witch.
With that, he now turns to Bluto, who's been sort of standing petrified in his boat the whole time. He seems to have both between kind of the threat from Mina, but also what's going on here. He seems to perhaps have a better idea of who this person is, and perhaps what sort of the stakes here are. As the man walks over to him, he just sort of cocks his head at Bluto. Have anything to say for yourself? Bluto just stands in the boat, sort of trembling. He takes a moment and then just sort of nods. I see. He sort of gestures with his non-monstrous hand, and some of the guards come up and drag Bluto out of the boat. And to the proper term here, clap him in irons.
I was going to say, yeah, that was what I was expecting.
We're all going back to the village. All of you will be coming with.
Harmony will speak up, attempting to keep her voice respectful, and will say, "All due respect, sir, we're going to return the girl to her people first."
In good time.
Is that a threat?
We don't make requests here.
Well, it just kind of leaves the threat option then, doesn't it?
Harmony is going to, and I don't know how close we all are to each other, and I don't know, we've been working together for a while. There's some nonverbal communication we're probably capable of.
Significant looks.
Yeah.
Winley is just glaring at this
Right.
guy.
Harmony's gonna kind of look back at, like, Mina and Doc. I mean, Ash is with the girl, so, but Harmony, if Harmony's able to cast a look that kind of says, do we jump this guy now, or do we let him drag us back to Vallaki? Because she's ready to go.
Like, this is not a time to be making enemies. This is the one of the major settlements in the area. We can't afford to be making enemies right now, if we can help
I'd also
it.
like to point out that I am not combat ready.
Oh, right, you're naked. Harmony will just kind of look around at the rest of the group and then kind of say, and where will we be going?
To see the judgment of the burgomaster in this matter.
Oh, excellent. We've been
To see
wanting...
you to your proper reward for your good deeds.
Like, and he's like, I guess this would be an insight check.
Yeah, I
is
was
that
gonna
is he
say,
playing?
can I do
Is
an
he being
insight check?
sarcastic or anything with that, or is
Make
it
an
just?
insight check.
Yep, there we go. Does someone with probably a better insight check than me want to do that as well, please?
He does not seem to be being sarcastic in saying that. Now, what a reward for good deeds is perhaps a little bit more questionable. But he's not making a threat.
Winley will step forward and say, "We have agreed to protect this girl and return her to her people. If you insist upon bringing her back to the city, we will come with you." Is our animal companion, and kind of gesture to Sunny, welcome, or should we tell him to stay here?
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Sure.
I know it's a question, but tone.
Yeah.
Nina is casting a spell on Sunny, just for the record.
What spell are you casting?
Well, I'm casting Long Strider, and she's just kind of like quietly whispering some things and taking a pinch of dirt and rubbing it on Sunny's face.
Go ahead and make a stealth check if you're trying to not be obvious that you're casting that.
I feel like it's like we've used magic at this point.
Oh,
Well,
I mean,
one of us has used magic and has been treated suspiciously as a result, so we might be
Well,
better
Ash-
off being.
Ash used a healing spell.
Yeah, but I also wasn't told to join the group either, so...
Mina's not being stealthy.
Okay.
How's my persuasion?
Yeah, he kind of considers for a moment and then nods. You'll have to muzzle it.
Winley looks at Mina.
No, Sunny's not coming with.
Okay. So are you sort of shooing Sunny off into the brush then?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and Winley will turn to the guard and say, "We'll leave him out here. He'll be fine on his own."
He just nods and then sort of makes a gesture in the group of guards. 4 of them sort of come around Bluto on all sides, and then the other kind of 8 set up a sort of file and begin to walk back towards the city.
How many red shirts were there again? 12 of the guards? Okay.
While he's passing, I'll just mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering this correctly, but I'll mention to, I can't think of his name all of a sudden, the guy in charge,
Yep.
that,
He hasn't introduced himself.
that the fisherman has admitted to making other such offerings. This is probably not the first child to go into the lake.
Don't think...
We didn't find any evidence of that.
I thought he just said... I mean,
I thought he had mentioned something.
my
like,
interpretation of what he said was that this was the first time he was desperate enough to try it. But...
Winley also
And Winley
did
didn't-
kind of
yeah.
search the bottom. I mean, my rolls weren't great, but I spent a couple minutes down there and saw nothing else. So I assume if it was like littered with bodies, I'd have been like, yes, we have found the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Okay. But no, you did not find anything down there. So Ash, if you want to retcon that, because that wasn't really something that came up.
That's not something that came up? Okay, then I won't say anything.
Okay.
I could have sworn it was something he had said, but
Nope.
I was mistaken probably.
Ash is carrying the little girl right now.
Yes.
Right now I am.
Okay, Winley
She was
will
what, like 7,
will
8?
walk beside Ash.
I was about to say I'll probably need to scoop up my armor, so I'll hand the girl over to Harmony, if Harmony.
Yeah, Harmony will absolutely take her if the guy's willing to allow it.
He doesn't make any objection to it.
Does he? If I start putting on my armor, will he object?
Yeah, if you sort of stop, he'll kind of pause the group and look at you and be like, "We're not waiting."
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Okay. Heading back into the city, you are not read the laws of Vallaki, passing through the Sally Port, and are given entry kind of without question, being in this company. He proceeds to lead you all to the town square, so past the blue water, and kind of to the area where all the stocks were, the fountain and such. The guards all sort of bring Bluto over to a corner near the stocks, and the man with the bestial arm walks over to a bell set near the stocks and proceeds to sort of knock on it with his monstrous arm, which gives a very loud kind of clang. Over the next few minutes, you see a number of citizens sort of coming out into the square, and about 5 minutes later, there seems to be a good crowd, maybe 100 or so folks standing about, watching or observing.
Is it possible to get a read on the vibe of the people as they like come out to the sound of this bell? Or do they seem like they're nervous? Do they seem like they're excited?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
Yeah, like, is this about to be like a public execution?
Or more like,
no, definitely, 100%.
but it's just more like I'm curious, like how people react to the bell being rung.
Winley's not super into a public execution, so hopefully it's not that.
I mean, I was planning to kill this guy.
Is Winley into a
not-
private execution?
Depends upon the crimes.
As the crowd sort of has gathered here, you're getting a feeling of maybe a mix of sort of fear, anxiety, and interest. It's not a uniform feeling. It seems to be more dependent on the feelings of the individuals in the crowd about whatever this type of gathering typically is. And so some seem to be sort of interested, and some people seem pretty anxious about what might be happening.
As far as you said, 4 of the guards were accompanying Pluto. Are the rest like watching us pretty closely? Or are they like kind of surrounding us?
They're not surrounding you. Some of them are definitely keeping an eye on you, as well as the bigger fellow is also definitely keeping an eye on you.
Right.
The crowd does not seem to be paying much attention to you. They seem to be more watching the big guy.
Harmony's going to cast her eyes about for the best escape route if things get
Spicy.
Once they lead us to the square, do they like ask us to stand in a specific spot, or do they just like want us there? Like, can I go talk to a village person without them?
They don't ask you to stand anywhere in particular.
Okay. Winley might grab someone who looks more afraid and be like, what's going on? What's the bell? Like, what does that mean? And just kind of try to figure out like what's going to happen next.
This person you've kind of grabbed appears to be sort of a middle-aged woman. She kind of looks up at you a little bit concerned. Concernedly. Said, well, whatever it is, it's got to be somebody did something bad, right?
She's not wrong.
So is this some sort of like public judgment ceremony or something?
She nods.
Okay. Are people executed here?
She does not respond to that.
Does she look like more scared, or does her demeanor change at all?
She gets a little paler, and she's already a sunless pale person. So
Winley will kind of nod and say thank you, and then join the rest of the group wherever they've gone.
the crowd sort of parts ways on the west side of the square, and you see 2 people come into the square. They are very clearly not the local commoners or local populace. They're dressed in kind of finery and robes and carry themselves with an air of importance and significance. They sort of stride across from the west side of the square and approach the big fellow who's been with you the whole time. Isaac, what trouble has brought us here today? The man is speaking, and the woman with him just seems to be kind of pleasantly observing at his side.
Well, you're way too
Is
cheerful
there
for this town.
any possibility that this is a burgomaster?
It would seem quite possible.
In the same social class, if nothing else.
Yes.
Isaac, apparently as his name is, kind of looks at the man and then kind of looks at all of you and sort of does a big wide gesture with the clawed arm. You all kind of can easily notice that the entire crowd sort of draws back a little bit when he does that gesture.
So they're all terrified of Isaac. Got it.
And he then kind of looks down. The girl who's missing, the Vistana, has been found. These ones, and he gestures kind of your group as a whole, say they found her with Bluto. They say he was trying to drown her in the lake. The man in the red robes kind of looks to all of you and goes, "Goodness! Well, what great deeds you've done to save this girl. Is that true? Was he trying to drown her? Did he drown her?
I mean, he basically
Where is
did.
she?" And he seems to not have quite picked up on the fact that Harmony's like holding her, and kind of looks at all of you in sort of not pensive, like curiously, like do tell your story.
Winley will say, rather sarcastically, "Well, I pulled her from 20 feet under the lake, so if he wasn't trying to drown her, I don't know what he was doing."
In a sack.
Like,
Yeah.
is he being like theatrical with this? Like, is he doing this for the benefit of the people?
Oh, he's
like,
definitely he's projecting and like
he's-
making sure everybody around can
So
hear what
he's
saying.
playing the crowd
To some extent.
pretty solidly. Okay.
He kind of looks at Winley and goes, well, quite a deed of you. 20 feet. Goodness, you must have lungs of an ox. Well,
This guy.
we certainly can't have things like that. What do you think is appropriate? She didn't die, did she? You said you saved her?
Harmony.
Yeah,
As he's holding the
Winley will say, "Yes, we pulled her from the lake," and kind of gesture.
Harmony will step forward with the girl in her arms and will kind of have cocked an eyebrow at this guy's showmanship and will kind of warm her vocals up to respond. Yes, verily, my good burgomaster, here indeed is the young girl pulled from the very jaws of death itself by humble visitors to your fair city.
humble heroes you must be. And he strides
I
over.
overdrive
He
it.
almost supernaturally like crosses to you,
Oh.
as far as like getting there quickly, and looks down at her in sort of a strange way. Then speaks softly and yet still very projectively, and goes, "Oh, the life of a young child, such a precious thing. We must absolutely endure. So I'll ask you, as those who have saved her, what judgment should befall Mr. Bluto? After all, murder is punishable by death, but she is not dead, though he did try. What say you? Does the axe await him, or perhaps a kinder fate?
I was gonna say, like, quietly, I believe the party is pretty firmly on the side of murder. Yes, like.
Winley's not.
Harmony
Oh, really?
will.
Yeah, I mean, who
Harmony.
is he speaking to? Anyone like looking for an answer from someone, or just kind of to the group?
Anybody in your group seems to be his interest.
Harmony's happy to play this game and will attempt to like protect the child's hearing a little bit with a cupped hand. We'll say, our intention before your fine man Isaac here came along was to return the girl and Bluto to her people and see what justice they had in store for him, as they have been the most wronged party.
Ah, such fine neighbors, the Vistani, but unfortunately they do not have such a refined system of justice as we do. So I must ask again, a kinder fate, or shall we rid our society of this menace? And as he says that, he kind of turns to the crowd asking the question.
Harmony will she's trying to think of like, she looks around, she knows what she wants to do to this guy, but she's
While she's kind of thinking, Winley will like step forward and like put her hand in
no, go
Harmony's
ahead.
face, but be like to the burgomaster, can we have a moment to discuss privately?
Justice is an impatient beast, but one that must be carried carefully. Choose wisely, my new friends. And he kind of does a gesture of his arms and steps back to give you the space.
Winley will roll her eyes, not visibly,
Okay.
but just
Not
like,
about
oh.
the
So
sci-fi.
Harmony's gonna spend a moment. I got pretty good on my insight check reading the crowd as they were assembling. Did anyone seem to either recognize or react with any sort of dismay to Bluto's, that he was the
Potential fate.
one being strung up in the square?
The feel
Does he have a wife and kids sitting in the front row crying?
no one seems terribly shocked that Bluto would be responsible for something like this, from what you can tell.
Yeah, I'm drunkard.
Okay.
Winley will kind of
Yeah,
gesture
we'll
and get
huddle up,
everyone
we'll
to
huddle up.
do a quick huddle.
So Harmony's first out utterance to the group huddle out of the...
Kill this fucker.
Yeah. Well, Hunter's be like, okay, we all fucking hate the Burgomaster, right?
I do not care for that man. Hate is a bit strong, but he makes me deeply uncomfortable.
Winley will just say, like, after huddling everyone together, I think it's fair to say we've all done perhaps not the most
things.
righteous of things for the sake of our families and our safety. I don't think putting him to death is necessarily the best response, but I understand if you all feel differently and am happy to go along with what the group decides.
So you've spent some time with the Vistani before in this kind of situation. Like, if they are not going to be the ones that pass the sentence, you are the closest thing we have to their justice system. What would their take on this be?
Do I know? I mean, would I have a guess?
You've never had any experience here.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, yeah, Harmony will think about it and say, like, well, Winley's point is fair. We're new in the city. We're already now being put on public display. Perhaps mercy would be a good attribute to associate with ourselves as opposed to cold, hard justice. Much as my hand would. The Vistani would probably, if the girl hadn't died, they'd probably just exile him. Or
I mean, it
They're
seems like in this land, exile is the next best thing to death. Anyway.
certainly.
What's the joke from Batman? Death by exile.
I don't know if you can handle those scarecrows.
No. I will note, as you're having this conversation, the guards are not making a show of, but they've kind of pulled Bluto over to the fountain and knelt him in front of it.
Right.
Winley will kind of say, do you think it would help to speak to him?
To Bluto?
Yeah.
I mean, I was under the impression he was essentially non-responsive at this point. But
I mean,
We'll have the opportunity to later if we don't make send him to the executioner.
sure.
And Harmony just kind of look around at Ash and Mina, just kind of like, what do you guys think?
I'm not a stranger to capital punishment. I've seen my fair share of hangings and beheadings. You see that a lot, unfortunately, in my previous line of work. I don't care one way or the other, but I will say that if we do spare him, there's a chance that he goes back to do it again.
Oh, I mean, I doubt they let him go free.
oh god, no.
He'll be in the stocks for a while. Like,
Mina?
best case.
I think we should just deal with it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Harmony's like, a sentiment I share personally. I'm just trying to think of public perception of us. I mean, to be honest with you, given how the guy spoke about the Vistana, I don't know that the crowd will be as hungry for his blood as we are, given...
The perception of the Vistani.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, if it's all right with all...
I'm thinking about it more as he's a person who tried to murder a child. I don't have any problem with just, making that.
If we believe there's no redemption for that, then that seems like a perfectly valid stance to take.
Neither do I. I mean, if it were...
Especially because I would totally support taking her back to him to the Vistani to see their justice, but for whatever reason, the Burgomaster, whoever this guy is not willing to let us do that, and they seem to have force here that we can't, necessarily fight against easily. So, unless we want to try to take him and run.
Harmony's, and, she's kind of looking over her shoulder to make sure, they're not giving us the wrap it up signal, but she'll just kind of say quietly, my instinct is to, given the harsh law that the Burgomaster we've seen imposes upon his citizenry, to cast us in contrast to him by showing mercy in this case.
Did the Burgomaster seem to be pulling in any one direction, or was he just kind of being the showman and...
He seems to be far more interested in what your response is going to be than what the outcome is.
Fair enough.
Good to know.
Okay. I mean, if nothing else, maybe it'll cause him to underestimate us.
Winley has said what she has to say, and at this point, she is leaving it up to the rest of the
Doc
group.
leans slightly towards mercy, but at the end of the day, child murder is not not great, so he would not lose any sleep over the man's death either.
Yeah, for sure.
So he offered us our two choices are either execute him now or
a more merciful fate was all we were
Whatever
told.
that means.
Yeah.
Which could just be slow torture.
I wouldn't call that more merciful than beheading, but...
than death.
But he would be alive.
Yeah.
there are things worse than being dead.
Yeah.
Does this
Well-
guy see that this way?
Unless someone comes... I know Mina said pro-execution, Doc slightly pro-mercy, Winley seemed slightly pro-mercy, Ash doesn't seem to care either way, so majority of rules, I think unless someone objects very strongly, I'll probably tell him to spare him, or, whatever form that takes.
Yeah,
That's
Winley...
fine, but if he ends up walking away from here, I'm gonna have some
Oh
issues.
no!
Oh, yeah.
If we run into him outside of town,
100%.
terrible things are happening to this man. But
Okay. Alright, Harmony will, kind of, 1, 2, 3, break. Harmony will turn back to the Burgomaster and, call out, My lord, I believe we've come to a decision.
Well, what justice shall he face?
Now, of course, the actions are heinous, unforgivable, unspeakable. However, from what little conversation we have had with this man, they were not done out of malice, but out of desperation. Out of a man with feeling he had no recourse in an attempt to feed himself and his family, other than to offer up something unspeakably precious in hopes of turning his fortunes around. Given that, I've been in desperate circumstances myself, and obviously I've not been driven to do things like this, but we have decided that perhaps, since his act was one of a man who thought he was doing what was necessary for survival, perhaps we should stay the executioner's axe for now.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Persuasion.
Performance?
Please don't make me roll performance.
Set
the bar.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
The Burgomaster nods. Such generous heroes to give him to the opportunity to amend his ways and make recompense. Pluto, do you hear that? You shall live another day. Isaac, take him to the Reformation Center.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, the sadistic part of Harmony isn't too upset.
Isaac, with his kind of bestial arm, picks up Bluto by the neck and pulls him back up to his feet, then begins to sort of frog march him out of the square.
Does this guy start kicking and screaming and pleading as if death is better?
Funny how you ask that. Yes.
Oh God.
God!
No. As he is being dragged away and kind of over Bluto's kind of sobbing, blubbering, and screams for mercy and a merciful death.
Yikes.
The Burgomaster looks to all of you and then kind of gestures to the broader crowd. Justice in Vallaki. It is what keeps us safe. And if we stand together against the darkness, all will be well. My friends, and he kind of gestures to the five of you to come closer. Truly, such great and heroic deeds as yours. These should be rewarded. Please, I would invite you to take dinner at my manse tomorrow eve to show my appreciation for your great deeds.
Harmony will nod in appreciation and say, look around at the group and say, we of course will accept your generous invitation, with one small request, if you do not mind. We actually came to this village protecting one Irina Koliana of the village of Barovia.
We have not heard from them in quite some time.
Yes, would it be all right if we brought her with us to this dinner tomorrow?
We would, of course, be the most gracious and appreciative hosts to have such nobility amongst us.
I have a second request.
Yes.
If I may just ask, I am... and Mina does her best to kind of just present herself as, Aragorn, classic ranger, as possible. Cloaked up, backpack on, everything's clipped on. She's like, I am a traveler of the wilds, and as such, I have made many friends over through my adventures, as you can see. And one of those friends happens to be a wolf. Would it be possible for me to bring my wolf friend into this lovely, lovely walled town that you have?
Are we still being... Or are we still... Is this conversation still...
No, he gathered us
yeah,
closer.
gotcha.
Yes. Thank
He,
you, Ash.
he seemed to kind of stroke his chin in contemplation. That would seem a fair reward, and trust, of course, you have with such great deeds. My only concern would be the safety of your companion within the city walls. I will not bar your companion from coming in, but I would ask for at least a day to circulate word amongst the guard that such permission has been granted. Beyond that, I must caution, should any citizen of the city come to harm because of your companion, its head will join those on the wall.
Fair enough. Is there some kind of a writ or scrap of parchment with a signature on it, or something you could give me, so that I can at least, I can validate that personally with guards and the like?
I can provide that to you at our dinner tomorrow night. In the meantime, we'll circulate word, and hopefully by then everyone should be aware, and your companion should be safe, provided it is well behaved.
Fair enough. Again, perfectly fair.
Perhaps a minor illusion of Sunny.
I have other... Mina, obviously has other things on her mind, but she'll back up then and take what time.
Has the woman spoken at all?
The woman who came with him?
Yes.
She has not. She has had a bit of a just smiling, pleasantly observing all that's going on demeanor throughout this whole thing. She kind of stood to the side when kind of the more grandiose moments were happening, but during this conversation, she's just standing a few steps back and watching you all pleasantly with a faint smile.
Does
Can
she
I
have
do?
the
I was
same
saying, can I do an
blank
insight
expression
check to
as
see if it's
Strahd
like
guy?
a? Sorry,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can I do an insight check to see if it's kind of the glassy look of someone that's had some kind of enchantment on them or whatever?
Sure.
Actually,
the charred
sorry,
guy.
I should ask. Is that an insight or a Arcana check?
Well, it depends. Are you looking for behavior, or are you looking for magic?
Behavior, I
Okay,
guess.
so insight.
Yeah.
Not that you can tell.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Harmony will kind of, Mina's made a request. Harmony will kind of look around at, just see if anyone else has any requests they want to make.
My only thing would be that if we do end up needing to, if I specifically need to be working with armor or anything like that, I would want to be able to make use of a smithy or something like that local. But I don't know if that's necessarily something the burgomaster would be in charge of, or if that'd be something I'd more likely want to.
Yeah, I'm thinking that
ask
if we
the
wanted
actual
to do anything else,
owner
it's
of
probably
Smithy.
better.
We also probably don't want to ask for a ton of favors all at
Yeah.
once.
Sure. I'll sit on that for now, but that is kind of a sub goal that I'd like to I'd like to have access to an actual forge at some point.
I mean, you could easily
Yeah,
ask,
if-
is there one in town and where is it?
If nobody else, is
I also don't
looking,
think I need the burgomaster for that.
if nobody else is looking to step forward, Harmony will kind of after Mina's request steps back. She'll kind of say, "Well, we appreciate, of course, the invitation and your hospitality in your fair city. If there's nothing else, my lord, we would like to return the girl to her people as soon as possible."
Of course. They must be scared, mindless without their child. Please, return her, and give Luvash my finest regards.
Oh, certainly.
Is that a subtle there's some
I think
bad
he's
blood
just-
here, or
I think he's just a showman,
yeah.
the slimiest of politicians.
Yeah.
With kind of nothing else immediately coming up, he then kind of takes a step back and gives you all a smile. Please, be well, and keep the peace in our city, and all will be well. And with that, he turns with his companion and heads kind of the west way out of the square.
Does she
Winley visibly shudders at
does she
that.
monotonely echo, "All will be well"?
No. So with that, you should be dropping onto the town map here. You are in the town square. where would you like to go?
What direction, and I know Brent mentioned it in the chat, and I don't know if there would be a role for this, what direction did did Bluto get hauled off in?
He got hauled off to the east.
Okay.
I'm sure we could ask someone where the
Yeah. Or what?
Reformation Center or whatever.
But
they
we
called
should,
it.
I mean, Harmony will kind of look around at the group once there's enough distance between the burgomaster and us and just kind of like, give us a, can you believe this fucking guy?
That man makes me deeply uncomfortable.
Just as a quick question, has the crowd sort of dispersed at this point?
For the most part, it seemed kind of once Bluto was hauled off, that seemed to be sort of the highlight of the occasion, and the crowd kind of started to thin after that.
Okay.
And is this the same square that had the folks in stocks
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
Are those stocks still up, and are those people still there?
Yep.
Oh, fun.
Harmony will,
The guy that told us about the missing child, he wasn't actually Vistani, if I remember correctly.
No.
He was like an elf or something. But he was staying with the Vistani. Did he indicate where he was going to be? I thought I remembered asking where we
he
could
said
find him.
looking all day, I think, so he's, but I don't know that he said where he was going
Was
to
he
be
in the
searching.
crowd?
You did not see him in the crowd.
Fair enough.
Casimir's his name, right?
Yes.
Do we know where the Vistani are? I mean, like, obviously the ones that we've interacted with.
I think we could probably find him without too much trouble in the daylight. But
Just
I don't
flag-
think we didn't see him on the way in, right?
No, you did not.
So can we flag down just a commoner and ask, hey, where's the Vistani camp?
You sure can.
Okay,
I
I will
thought
do
it was
that then.
north.
Yeah.
The lake is north.
Northwest-ish.
Because I feel like returning her is like.
Yeah, Harmony will ask
order number one.
Harmony will ask a guard on the way out of town. If we just, I guess we need to know which way to go out of town. Or Danica would probably be a good bet. She's
I think,
knowledgeable.
Yeah.
I think I saw a group of Vistani entering the city through one of those small south gates.
Oh yeah.
did.
Let's go out that gate. See if the guards know.
I mean, yeah, we can just ask.
Yeah.
It's also not that big of a deal if we go out the wrong gate.
Yeah, I
Right.
will, just flag, I will
Yeah.
just flag down a commoner as they kind of mill out.
I just
and
figured
say,
the guards
"Where's
would be more likely to know than the commoners.
I mean, we can ask both.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of who you ask, any of them can tell you there's
Okay.
a Vistani camp about a quarter mile southwest of town.
Great.
Great. Let's
Neat.
go there.
That.
I'd like to take a quick moment to redon my armor. I feel...
No time, Ash. No time.
I assume the party will let you.
We'll put you in the bag of holding. Hopefully you can get your armor on in 10 minutes or 1 minute.
Do you want to carry her the whole way, or do we want to grab our horse?
Oh,
I think it goes faster.
we should probably... Harmony will seem to realize something when you mention that and be like, Ash, are the body's still in the cart?
Oh, shit.
Do you say that with a stage whisper?
Yeah. Well, she says it inaudibly enough that nobody but us could hear it.
They are still
Okay.
in the cart. Yes.
We should probably get it for multiple reasons then, but sure. Winley, I know you just want to go say hi to Chestnut.
I
Yes.
think we
But yes, let's
Chestnut
bring
the black horse.
let's bring the cart just in case.
The whole cart or just the horse?
Well, we should get the bodies out anyways.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
And disposing of them. Well, they were citizens
We were
here.
going
Yeah. Do we want to
take
grab a
them-
guard and be like, do these two people have families? Like, return the bodies
Yeah,
to?
we were going to take him to the church. We
Yeah.
kept
Yeah.
getting swept up on time-sensitive things, and we couldn't.
We should also let Irina know that we have a dinner.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have a dinner date
Okay.
with the
So
bot.
I would say at this point it's
We're
perfectly
dental
fine to
repos,
split up
but-
in the town.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, when they can go
Oh,
grab
the
the
DM's
horse.
just doing this over here.
Like, you know, you someone can go back to the inn
Yeah.
and let Arena know that we have the dinner. You know, Ash and Mina
Can get the horse.
can grab the horse and the cart.
We also still have to get the kids to the orphanage, don't we? Or did we get that?
No, we haven't.
No, we
we'll
still
do
need
that
to go
at-
to the
let's get the
orphanage,
girl
but
back
yeah,
first.
for the moment, they're
we gotta,
fine.
We gotta scope out the orphanage
Yeah,
first.
I would say
Yeah,
the
that's
kids
true.
are fine hanging out in our room pretty much indefinitely.
With Arena,
I would say
yeah.
there's no
Okay.
like, real
Yeah,
rush on that.
Harmony will go get the cart out of, or at least, do they have any sort of like thing where you have to like check it in and out, like take a ticket, or can you just come get your cart and?
You can come get it, but they'll just
Bring it
they'll
up to
roll it
death.
out the gates if it's there when it's not supposed to
Right.
be.
Okay. Then we should. Okay. Yeah, Harmony will go with you to the inn so we can get the horse.
Let
and
Arena
then
know.
Let Arena know, and then we'll go to get
and
the
then
cart.
grab the cart,
'Cause-
run by the church, drop off the bodies
Well,
Grab the cart,
let's get the girl to her. Let's get the girl home first.
with the dead bodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
do we have to go
body-
past the church to leave? To the south.
You've not been through that side of town, so
Okay.
Either that or we could just leave the cart and just have her on the horse or something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like maybe don't want to drag some dead bodies into
Yeah, that
someone's
makes
camp.
sense. That makes sense.
So I would say bring the horse, leave the
My
cart.
only
if
concern
we're
was
not-
like the wagon
And-
lot owners finding the dead bodies.
Yeah, I think if we're checking out the cart, we should get rid of the bodies before we go to the Vistani, or
But
just
that,
leave the
that
cart
could just
there.
end up being okay. Let's just leave the cart there.
Okay, so we'll grab the horse
Yeah.
and put Harmony and the girl on the horse. I mean, if she's still unconscious, she's not going to ride a horse by
No,
herself.
of course not.
So, or whoever, someone and the girl on
Yep.
the horse and head to the Vistani.
Sounds good.
That's what we're
And
doing.
let Arena know that
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
going to dinner.
Pop into the room and be like, "Hi, Irina, we're not dead.
well, she's glad to hear it.
We have some errands to
Yes.
run.
Well,
we've made an appointment with the burgomaster for dinner tomorrow night.
at whenever.
We'll be back."
She, when you're telling her this, just kind of listens and hears your story and whatnot, and then kind of puts the fingers. We should make sure we find a home for Freak and Myrtle.
Yes.
That is on the list as well.
On the
Yes.
We've got a list of errands to
Pull
run.
out parchment, quest law.
But yes, we will be back shortly. We will bring you Freak and Myrtle. Well, do we want to bring them with? Anyways, we'll be back. We'll be back shortly, hopefully.
Yeah. We have plans to find the children somewhere to stay for the
She never
moment.
sees us again.
They died on the road.
Quest log has been updated for anybody who wants to check, but otherwise you can move where you're going.
I think we're heading out of the city south, asking a commoner if. Well, we know where the Vistani camp is now, so
Yep.
heading to the Vistani camp.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And is that kind of this path
I'm gonna
here?
say-
There are two southern gates. There's one over here and one over here.
I'm thinking, but
This one?
I'm gonna go out the one to the left.
Southwestern.
Yeah. So Winley is right here. If we
Okay.
all want to kind of gather together.
Do you mind if I click and drag over there, Dan, or do
No,
you
go
want
ahead.
to follow the roads?
Follow the roads.
So here-ish, was it?
This is the gate right here.
Neat.
Follow the brick road.
I've had that stupid song stuck in my head all week, by the way.
That'll happen.
Follow the old brick road.
No, the Strahd.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm glad I could help.
I had to stop listening to that. That was awful.
It was so bad.
It was pretty bad.
Oh yeah.
Well, the original song is pretty bad.
It's true.
It's a masterpiece.
It
Well,
is a
yeah.
masterpiece. You take that back, sir.
It's bad, but it's catchy, which
Okay.
is the
All
worst
right.
kind
So
of.
Mina's not coming to the Vistani camp.
Mina's outside the gates right
Oh,
now.
I got you.
Yep. So heading out the gates, this is not so much a road, so much as clearly kind of a worn path. It's maybe 4 or 5 feet wide. Clearly, horses and people walk on it all the time, but it is not an established road. It's just grass has been worn away by people taking this trek. And kind of coming to the crossroad here, where Ash is, down to the south, you can see that there's a trail that heads south and a trail that heads west through the woods.
Are we
Well,
st- am I-
assumedly, they would have told us which one to take if they knew where the camp was.
They did say southwest of town.
Is one of them?
Are we still
more
following on the map here? Or, okay.
The one heading to the west is more heavily trafficked.
Right, but can we ask a guard which road should we take to get there?
You can.
Which road should we take to get there?
The one to the west.
Let's
There
do that.
we go. Let's go west.
Okay. So you want to just follow yonder trail here, and never you mind the ominous dice rolling.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
And the weird.
More scarecrow.
Oh, it's supposed to be the trees blocking our sight. Okay. I was like, and the weird wall. All right, we have come to another crossroads of sort.
Oh God, it's a maze.
It's not a maze, but
Okay, fine.
Mina!
Let's continue this way.
Mina!
if you want to make a survival check, Mina, you certainly can to try to better navigate this.
I would love to. And again, though, just out of curiosity, I'll still make the survival check, obviously. But is any pathway particularly well traveled?
That would be the survival check.
Fair enough.
Heading west from this juncture.
Great.
Oh, okay. Cool. Good call.
And when you reach this next juncture, you can see what appears to be a camp on a hill down that way.
There we go. South we
That
go.
definitely can't be that way.
And that's
look.
why you never ask your cleric to do the pathfinding.
There you go. All right, you have arrived. This is what the camp looks
probably
like upon your approach.
Ooh.
Cute.
You can make it bigger.
Well, just click on that magnifying glass if you want. All right, and let me bring you to yonder camp.
But how long did it take us to drive?
It's about a quarter mile, so like 6-7 minutes.
That's fair enough.
Mina, we're lost!
Your vision should be in the top right corner. Big camp on a hill. There are structures in kind of a circle around the hill that appear to be sort of huts or shacks to an extent. Standing outside of this one closest to you, you can see an elf who looks much like the elf you saw at the bar, although it's not the same one. Just more ashy and gray skin than your common elf, but not a drow. And then there is a trail here leading kind of up and around the hill to a certain extent, up to a very large tent at the top. And you can see a ring of wagons circle around that very large tent.
Are these
I will hail the nearest person who takes interest in us, and I will say we are looking for the parents of the missing child.
Then what's his name? Give us a name of like the lead Vistani person.
Yeah, give my regards to what was his name?
Lush something.
Luvash.
And the girl's name is Arabella?
Arabella.
Are these little triangle things like spikes in the ground?
No, that is
No,
elevation.
it's okay.
terrain.
Elevation. Gotcha.
Yeah, they've got
It's a 30-foot hill.
barricades.
Yeah, I was like, they just like put spikes in the ground. Like, shit.
No.
This guy.
Yeah, the elf kind of looks at you, and he doesn't step away from the building, but kind of stands up a little straighter to see kind of yonder Harmony and Girl on the horse, and nods. Yes, head up to the main tent. I'm sure they'll be very grateful to see you.
Harmony
I'll
will,
to him and I say thank you.
and Carmen will call out, do you know Casimir?
He nods.
Well, if you're able to send word to him that we found the girl, we'd appreciate it. It was his fortuitous tip that led us in the right direction.
He'll be glad to hear it, I'm sure.
And Harmony will nod, and yeah, Chestnut. She's not actually yeah. Presumably Winley's leading the horse or something.
Yeah, just quietly stroking it and talking to it the whole walk over.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from everybody?
Yes. Wow. Using all my good rolls before we get in any sort of peril.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that you know of.
So far,
It's Barovia. There's gonna be peril somewhere.
there's always peril in Barovia.
You see a ton of zombies.
No, you do not see a ton of zombies.
Rules, however.
Doc, Winley, and Harmony, you notice as you're coming up the hill, again, all of these carts and wagons are certainly of the Vistani style, bright colors, shawls and whatnot draped off of them, pendants and bangles, the whole 9 yards. The carts that are closest to you coming up the hill seem somewhat familiar by comparison to all the other ones.
Familiar. Oh. Oh no.
Oh dear.
That's why I went.
Well,
Couple disguised selves in and out.
In and out. 20-minute diplomacy.
well, hey, look, we did a good thing.
We
here.
killed a son. We saved a daughter.
Yeah, that's definitely something that zeroes out, right?
Karmically? I don't know. I'm not religious.
I told him that he was gonna die. You should have listened to Matt Reed.
Winley will kind of stop the group and say, what's our plan here? And kind of point out the carts that look familiar. I assume we recognize them from Ishmark's group.
Ismark?
Ismark?
Ismark is not a
Whatever.
Vistani, so no.
Fuck, I knew I was
Madame
getting
Eva's
this, whatever.
Stanimir.
Stanimir, there we go. From his group.
Harmony will look over to Ash and say, do you think it'd be best if you...
I mean, I sure think it'd be best if he...
Right.
She,
Dot, dot, dot.
Right.
You could go talk to our new elf friend. I can disguise myself, so...
I can as well.
I mean, if we can't all disguise ourselves, and the assumption will be made, like,
Right.
we might as well
Yeah.
play it as straight as possible.
Well, I'm just... Wayne, Harmony's not going to force anybody to stay behind. Just, things will probably... And we're bringing the girl back, but...
I prefer not to be left behind, but I won't say anything.
Yeah, Winley will just say,
I'll
we
just keep
should be
quiet.
cognizant that some people who may
If
not
I'm asked
be
to leave, I
Super
will.
happy
to
to
seeing
see
us.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll be here.
Harmony's mainly asking Ash, are you gonna be all right? Like, I know he cursed you and stuff, so you're
I was able to take care of that with my god. If he does it again, I now know how to undo it.
right. Let's just not threaten to burn any buddies' wagons.
I don't
down.
think in character I ever actually threatened that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, so just quick little chat, let the past be in the past. Let's all, approach as
Everybody be cool.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
And then continue on the path. Like we're obviously not going here.
Right.
Either way, so Winley will then continue leading.
Leave standing
good old
got here.
Chestnut.
Spoiler.
Okay.
Okay.
Coming-
Damn
coming-
hero moment.
Coming up to the camp, there are, other than the elves you've seen outside of the kind of shacks or hovels, there's no like guards or anything. You don't see any Vistani kind of out and about, in the main camp around the tent here. You do hear and kind of notice some of the wagons are moving a bit as if there might be some occupants inside of them. But you hear raised voices coming from inside the tent, and it sounds like somebody's sort of shouting.
Does it sound like Stanimir shouting?
It does not.
Okay.
Can we understand what they're saying?
Make a perception check.
Sure.
How close are we allowed to be? Like up here?
No, I mean nobody's stopping you. Nobody's like
Great.
barring your way or anything.
I'll also make a perception check.
Well, mine was very bad, so
You're distracted by talking to Chestnut.
yeah, that's it. That is definitely it.
Rolling too good today. It feels suspicious. The other shoe will shortly drop.
I'm standing on a horse.
My roll 20's lagging to hell for some reason.
Wow, that's a lot of horses.
Does happen. There are a lot of horses up there. There's also a lot of carts.
Well, like to the point it wasn't even letting me roll perception for a hot second there. So
It's thinking about it.
There it goes. It just went.
Aha! Hello,
And
friends.
Mina, is it lagging for you or?
Nope. I'm where I want to be. Sorry. Oh, I didn't.
Oh, yep, that's
were we
Stanimir,
making
all right.
perception to listen to the people in the cart. I mean, I'm not listening to the people in the carts.
Okay. Either way. So only Harmony can hear this, but a man is shouting, "You idiot! How could you let her out of your sight?"
Oh, okay. Not a familiar voice?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we could probably stop this argument.
Yeah, Harmony's gonna, Harmony will kind of gingerly get down from the horse as we crest the top of the hill, and we'll kind of walk towards the fire where the raised voices are coming from, kind of where my token is. Presumably they'll spot me at some point because I'm not being stealthy.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a big tent that you're just sort of walking into the door of. Looking inside, you can see that there's kind of 3 big fireplaces spread around about the place. Very warm. This is quite clearly a more permanent kind of tent or hosting tent. There are a number of Vistani in here, one of whom you recognize. You see Stanimir standing in the corner. He is watching as a man is sort of kicking a Vistani who's lying on the ground. The man who's kicking him seems to be the one who is shouting.
Okay.
Is there somewhere we can knock politely?
Oh,
He's standing right in the doorway there. Is kind of your
Harmony's just gonna kind of brush through and walk in, and we'll kind of gather what is being shouted here, and we'll kind of raise her voice and say, "Pardon me, sorry to interrupt, but I think I might have someone you're looking for."
The man kind of pauses in the middle of it, about to kick, and kind of looks back at you. Who are you? What do you mean?
My name is Harmony. I am a traveler in these lands. She will kind of nod to Stanimir if he, when he looks in her direction. We'll say, but I think more importantly is who this is. And Harmony will kind of hoist Annabelle like gingerly on her shoulder. Like, I believe that someone here is missing a daughter named Annabella.
Arabella! And
Annabelle,
he,
sorry.
he kind of dashes across the tent and just rips her out of your
Yep.
arms.
I mean, Harmony will
Totally
kind of,
fair.
Harmony will kind of like raises her hands carefully, like, as far as I can tell, she's been through a lot, but I think she'll be all right.
He kind of is staring at her for a moment, and just obviously kind of overcome with the moment. And kind of as that's happening, you having maybe a broader perspective, see that many of the Vistani are kind of smiling at this turn of events. And then he kind of looks up from her. Who took her? Where was she?
And, I mean, are you guys filing in behind Harmony?
Yeah,
or-
if the
okay.
tent is big enough.
Yeah, Harmony will
then
kind of, like,
they-
step forward to allow...
Doc
like,
doesn't take up a lot of space,
Right,
so
yeah.
he's...
Harmony will say, a fisherman named Bluto from the city of Vallaki apparently took her with the intent to sacrifice her to the lake. It had a name. I'm sorry, I forget what it was. Lake
Zarovic.
Zarovic. To Lake Zarovic in hopes of bringing back the fish.
He just kind of glares for a moment. He's like, "Where is he? I'll kill him. I'll skin him alive."
Well, we intended to bring him back here to face your justice. Unfortunately, the enforcers of the Burgomaster saw us first, and they are seeing to his fate in whatever they call the Reformation House.
He kind of still seems locked up into the moment of kind of rage and hatred, and then he seems to kind of hear what you're saying and listening to it, and takes a deep breath. Well, that's certainly a far worse fate than I could come up with. Woof.
To be honest with you, there wasn't a good moment to ask, as we were in a bit of a public trial. What is the Reformation House? What fate does await this man?
It's where all the undesirables from Vallaki go. Sometimes we see them again. Sometimes we don't.
And just
Sometimes I feel like a nut.
do you know what happens to them?
No one can say.
Well, Harmony will kind of like consider this, and not a look of sympathy will cross her face and say, "Well, may he find the fate he deserves for what he has done to you. I'm just glad we were able to get there in time."
So am I. Thank you. Please come by our fire.
How is Stanimir regarding us?
Stanimir is kind of looking at you somewhat suspiciously and is sort of whispering to the man standing next to him.
Which we don't recognize.
You do not recognize
Okay.
the man next to him. This is the man next to him.
Okay. Oh. And Harmony will nod and approach the fire and say, "Of course, I didn't do so alone. I only played a bit part. All of my brave companions here played a part in the rescue of your daughter."
Well, come, please, all of you, join us by the fire. Well, can we get you some wine? Perhaps something to eat?
Would not say no to either, personally.
Absolutely.
And Harmony will kind of also say, and of course, some thanks must also be given to Madame Eva's gift of prophecy. It was her foresight that gave us the clue we needed to find her.
A wise woman to trust you with such gifts.
And Harmony will nod and kind of look at Stanimir. She's not trying to like shoot him like a smug look or anything. Just like a
Cool,
yeah,
right?
we're she'll talk to him at some point, but not right now. But yeah, Harmony will gather around the fire to take wine and food, assuming nobody moves to stop her.
Okay. Ash, I'm seeing that you're staying outside. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, I didn't want to ruin anything
Okay.
until I know I'm welcome. I'm also wondering if I see Madame Eva's cart.
It is not here. And the carts you recognize, you only recognize two, not the whole bunch that were down there by the surf falls. With that, kind of Luvash takes Arabella back to a corner and kind of lays her out on a set of cushions, kind of up against one of the tent walls, presumably to rest or at least be comfortable. And then kind of turns to the Vistani, who's still kind of starting to try to pick himself up off the ground. "Get out of my sight, Alexei." That Vistani kind of manages to stumble to his feet and then makes his way out of the tent, a little bit off kilter.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there. I thought you were done. Now are you done?
Yep.
Okay. So when offered food and wine, Winley will kind of give Stanimir a look and say, or will ask him directly, "Are we welcome here?"
The whole group seems a little bit kind of perturbed by the question. Stanimir is kind of cross-armed, staring at you. "This is not my camp. It is not for me to decide."
What does bring you here, Stanimir?
I think that will be business of mine.
Fair enough. And Harmony will kind of ask after the man, Alexei, leaves the tent. Was he responsible for Arabella being taken?
Luvash kind of turns to Harmony, having taken care of Arabella. Yes, he was supposed to watch her. He got drunk and fell asleep instead.
Harmony will shake her head ruefully. Hopefully, he will learn a lesson from this.
We can only hope. Or it'll be his skin on the wall next time.
I'm sorry, is there skin on the wall?
There is not.
I was gonna say, Winley looks around suspiciously. What is this tent made of?
Harmony will kind of sorry to not walk over what Winley was saying. Just like Harmony will kind of like step up to Stanimir unless he like moves away from her, and will just say, "Sorry, I lost him." But she'll just kind of say, kind of quietly. She's not like whispering, but she's just gonna.
This is him over on the left side.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
It's alright. Just letting you know.
She will just lean in and say, "I know how we parted last time, and again, I am very sorry about what happened to your son. But Ash is here. She played as much a role as any of us in saving Arabella. I'm going to invite her inside. Please stay your hand."
He doesn't say anything. He just sort of glares at you.
Harmony will kind of like she set her pace. She's going to come in and kind of stick her head out and say, "Ash, come in, drink and food."
I do like drinking food.
Thought you might.
Is Mina going to join, or is Mina going to stay outside?
Yeah, I'm standing in person. Sorry, ma'am or sir.
What kind of food we talking?
They seem to have a number of kind of roasted meats as well as kind of various preserves.
25 gold, which you can hold on to just to...
Mina is
just
constantly
for
thinking,
later.
how much is this food worth?
Yeah, Mina will join, but she definitely is going to, unless they directly stop her, she doesn't really care if they notice. She's just going to, like, wrap a lot of it up for later.
They kind of watch her more with curiosity than concern. Just like, that's weird, but okay.
Winley will also ask if there's somewhere that she should tie Chestnut up.
I just lean over.
They just gesture to the various stakes that the horses are attached to.
Okay.
I just lean over and I'm like, we had a bad experience with bad pie. Kind of gesture.
Winley will tie Chestnut up with the other horses.
Okay. All right.
But Mina will definitely still eat a little bit, but she's not going to drink any of the wine.
I will drink wine.
Okay. Ash, you do notice when you come in that Stanimir spits at the side of you.
Yeah, well.
That's fair.
I'll stay over on this side of the tent from him.
Okay. They are, other than Stanimir's kind of obvious hostility, they are quite welcoming, so they let you help yourselves to kind of any and all of the food that you'd like. They pour everyone who will take it wine, and kind of the conversation from them seems to be a little bit less topical and more just kind of amicable, happy conversation and banter, given the return of Arabella. Does anybody bring up any particular kind of questions or remarks or anything, or do you just sort of enjoy the hospitality?
Harmony will ask, at some point as the conversation proceeds, about their relationship with the people of the city, and the burgomaster specifically, if they have one at all.
The man who Stanimir was talking to sort of kind of smirks at that. A bunch of stupid city folk, aren't they?
Harmony will kind of chuckle. Well, not chuckle. She'll kind of consider and like, some more so than others, but I think that's a fair assessment of certainly some of the populace.
In the broad strokes, in any case.
And I ask, and I apologize for any insensitivity. Bluto, curse his name, of course, seemed especially dismissive of your people as a whole. As part of the reasoning when we interrogated him about why he took Arabella specifically, he seemed dismissive of the Vistani people in general, and I just was curious whether there was any open hostility between... I mean, the burgomaster called you good neighbors, but I wasn't sure if there was any sort of long-standing enmity between you and the people of Vallaki.
That's the history of our people, isn't it? Oh, something's gone missing. Vistani must have taken it. Oh, somebody's gone and run off with their lover. Vistani must have stolen her. It's just the same old stereotypes.
Harmony will nod and say, sadly, people love to rush to judgment about a person based on their heritage or, and she kind of indicates herself broadly, appearance. And she'll kind of like regard the guy. I don't think I caught your name.
Erigol.
Oh, pleasure to make your acquaintance. But yeah, that'll kind of be where Harmony slips into the conversation. But anyone else is free to have their own go at it.
Okay. Does anybody else have any kind of particular topics they want to bring up while they're here?
Not really a conversational topic, but one thing I was wanting to do kind of as we were traveling, and then once we have a quiet time here, Doc has kind of been fidgeting with just some like bits and bobs as we've been going on, and I'm actually using the rock gnome feature to tinker and make a little toy for the kid when she wakes up.
Okay. What do you make her? A boat, perhaps?
A crocodile.
Absolutely not.
A crocodile. Better than a boat.
She was thoroughly unconscious for the entire process here, so she's not going to remember any of us or whatever. No. So, I don't know, maybe a little, because it says, like, clockwork person, so maybe a very colorful Vistani woman, like, best as he can estimate as she'll look like when she grows up.
Okay.
And, like, it says it works for a day, like, just, so... Like, I don't know if it's, I don't know what kind of gesture or something, but, I don't know, does something cool when you press certain buttons or whatever on it.
I'm imagining one of those, like, crank toys that, like,
yeah,
pop.
exactly, yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know how detailed it would be with only an hour of work, but yeah, just a little, very colorful Vistani woman.
Okay. She is asleep, at least thus far.
Yes, of course. He would like to set the timer for the one day of it working for starting when she wakes up, so she can actually function well. Yeah.
So, I don't know if players are allowed to do this, but I feel like Doc should get inspiration for that personally.
I'm okay with that nomination.
And while kind of like stuffing meat into a leather sack, Mina is going to ask, just out of curiosity, what would you all have done to, what's-his-face, Bluto, if we had brought him back here?
Arnold kind of smirks at that. It seems to be his default response to many of your kind of questions and remarks. Well, you ever seen someone get dragged behind a horse?
I have. Not very pretty.
Sure, isn't it? But it's a good form of justice, no?
I guess in the right circumstance.
Nods silently.
Harmony will kind of pipe up at that and say, like, we thought about just throwing him off his own boat, a bit of poetic justice, but seems like he's in for worse.
Maybe just...
Luvash, the burgomaster, did ask us to pass along his warmest regards, or however he phrased it.
Luvash just sort of laughs at that. Of course, he can't have bad neighbors. All will be well in Vallaki.
The laws of Vallaki are as follows.
As you start to say that, he, like, literally everybody in the tent echoes that in a sarcastic tone.
Just don't say anything bad about their festivals.
Winley raises her glass of wine.
Yeah. Doc's still working on it.
Is anyone else weirded out about their general reaction to the magic, though? They didn't really mention it.
Oh, he called...
I think the magic is more don't do it in town. That's kind of what it seemed like to me.
Fair enough. That just...
I think that's what the law specifically says, right?
Yes. Well, magic is the work of the devil, so they probably don't like people who can do magic.
Yeah, he did call me a witch.
Yeah.
All things considered, I feel like that was a rather light punishment, considering they decapitate hundreds of wolves, and I don't know, they seem like a fairly ruthless...
But that was part of the festival.
That's true.
I was somewhat concerned about, allowing them to take us off to the town square after having seen Winley's magic.
Yeah, but they hadn't disarmed us any, so...
Man.
That was the only reason I was willing to go with them.
What was Harmony gonna ask? She had a question.
Oh, sorry, Harmony.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I do not need to apologize. I've done plenty of talking. I don't know what I had anyways, but anyways, we can carry on if anybody else has anything.
Winley doesn't have anything specific. She's just, if there's a Vistani sitting near her chatting, just basic pleasantries, whatever.
Sure.
Nothing specific.
Okay. Well, they seem to be more than happy to host you as long as you'd care to stay, at least at the present moment. So how long do you all kind of enjoy the hospitality?
We do have other errands to be attending to.
I would say we definitely want to be back in the city
Dead
before
bodies
dark.
and carts.
I mean, I need at least an hour to do my thing.
So,
and
I don't think
ideally,
we
I'd
should-
like to be able to hand it off to the kid myself.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I mean, if we could hang around until Arabella wakes up, I think that's probably fine, unless it's going to be like days. Assumedly, she'll wake up
Yeah.
relatively soon.
Harmony will at one point, ask Ash, do you have any idea how long she'll be out for? I mean, you used healing magic on her.
She's in okay health as far as I can tell. If there's some kind of arcane thing keeping him asleep, I'm not the best person to tell you that.
Your conversation is well timed as you hear some kind of small hiccupy coughs from the corner, and she seems to awake.
She's alive.
She sort of sits up and rubs her face and seems to be blinks a bit and seems to be trying to get a feel for her surrounds, and then kind of looks at everybody in the room with sort of wider eyes, but doesn't say anything.
How long has she been missing for?
A couple of days.
A couple days. Okay.
so was he spending that time just working up the nerve to do it, I guess? Or, I don't know. Whatever.
Has anyone else noticed? Or, I mean,
Everybody kind of takes notice of her waking up. Nobody runs over or does anything, but they all seem happy that she's awake and whatnot.
And Harmony will, if Harmony will ask Luvash, is it alright if I say something to her?
He seems a little bit hesitant, but then nods.
Okay. And Harmony will kind of approach her very cautiously and say, "Hi, little one.
Hello.
How you doing? Feeling alright?"
I'm all right. I knew you'd come.
Oh, that's creepy.
Harmony
Kill her with
raises an
fire!
eyebrow. Like, did you? How did you know?
I see things.
Oh,
Always have.
interesting. Well, then I hope you weren't too scared when the... How old is she?
It's about 7 or 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I hope you weren't too scared of that mean fella who put you in that bag then. Can I ask if you saw anything else about me or my friends?
He's not going to let me help you, but Casimir might.
He?
When she says that, she nods at Luvash.
Oh, okay.
Is that her dad?
Yeah.
So does he know about your gifts then? And she kind of drops her voice a little bit to more of a whisper.
She doesn't seem interested in being subtle for you, and
Okay,
just nods.
no.
Yes, everyone knows.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'll talk to Casimir, but I'm very glad you're doing all right. Did you know, I don't have the gifts you do, but I've seen you too in my dreams.
I knew.
Oh, did you?
Did she also have those dreams from her?
Well, next time you show up in my dreams, could you make them a little less scary? Or make it hard for me to sleep.
She kind of lets out a little giggle. I didn't give you those dreams, silly. But when you look into the darkness looks back for you.
Harmony will kind of just nod contemplatively and say, "It certainly does. Well, be well, Arabella. I hope we see each other again. I'll talk to Casimir. It's just, should I ask him anything specific?"
She shakes her head. He'll ask you first.
Great. Good to know. And she'll kind of ruffle her hair fondly but gently and just say, keep things running shipshape around here, won't you?
Can do.
Harmony will nod and kind of fade back, give the child her space.
And then Doc will also approach with the little toy. Thought you might enjoy this.
She kind of looks at it and in a very unchildlike way doesn't seem actually terribly interested in a toy.
Really? That's a bummer.
Well,
But she takes it. She
Sure,
says
sure.
thank you, but she does not seem super thrilled to be given a doll.
wait till you see what it can do.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was like, put 10 gold into this thing, at least you can do show a little gratitude, you little shit. That's the player, to be clear, not the character. But,
Does he go into a lengthy explanation about
no,
how it
just-
works?
just probably, not sleight of hand, but finesses the button as he hands it to her so it does the little hoppy thing, and then, yeah. won't make a huge thing of it, but
About how old is she?
7 or 8.
so it's a little weird that she's not into toys, I guess. But then again, in this
She's
place,
a little weird in general. It seems
yeah. Then there's that.
like. In a cute
I'll
way.
go
Prophetic.
give her I'm gonna go give her a crossbow bolt. something to jab him with if anybody tries to take you like that again.
She smiles at Mina. Thank you. Oh, give him
I
the
gave
one
her
too.
my sword.
Give him the 1 2.
Give her the long sword, Ash.
Oh yeah, trading this kid for Rocco was a great deal.
Winley has no gifts for her.
Harmony will just kind of look around and be like, well, I think now that I think we all wanted to satisfy ourselves that she was all right. I think we do have other business to attend to, but hopefully we will be able to share your fire and drink again soon.
Okay.
But Harmony will. Harmony will kind of pass by Stanimir as they move to exit and just say quietly under her breath, "Give our best to Madame Eva, please. She did help us save her."
They nod.
Okay. Harmony's ready to leave if everyone else is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You were there for maybe about 2 hours or so, so
Okay.
it's sort of an early afternoon.
Sure. All right. Well, we got plenty of other business to be attending to back in town.
Dead bodies, orphans.
Yes. All that fun stuff. Oh, that went better than I. And Casimir's not there as we head out to town.
We ask around. Is he?
Yeah. Wait. Anyway, any idea where we might best be able to find your brother?
Brother.
Not all elves are related.
Oh, sorry. You just thought I saw a family resemblance. My apologies.
He says unironically, "That's racist."
Well, you know, I think I've been around.
just stop.
Sorry, and
Just
move
stop.
on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just
My bad.
pull the ripcord and leave, man.
Chestnut, yeah.
Alright, do we want to go up this north road? It looks like we'll hook back up to where we want to go.
Sure. You're just trying to get in a random encounter, aren't you?
No, I just want to go through a different gate, see more of the city while we're going through it.
Yeah.
Have some
Makes
other guns
sense.
tell
Let's
us
do
the
it.
laws.
Yikes.
Are we getting
Had to
attacked
roll
by
the giant dice.
Are we getting attacked by scarecrows?
You are not. So there's a gate right here on the road. This would be one of the, I think the only gate you've not been through now, but it is the west gate. The guards do, as is tradition, read you a fairly lengthy list of laws.
Harmony recites them literally along with.
Oh,
them
I was
at
just gonna
this
mouth
point.
along with
Oh.
them, but
They're also on
Hard
posters all
one
over the
hand
entryway.
Yeah.
So, but that said, you are given entry back into
I
the
did
city.
really enjoy our moment with the vicinity of all of us
Harmony,
changing
Harmony's like when the guard finishes, like Carmen's like, is there like a toll we can pay to like not have to hear this every time we enter
I think
the town?
we didn't hear it on the other gate, so I think it's just these people didn't recognize us. as having
Ew.
heard the
Hey,
spiel.
hopefully we've been through all the gates
I mean,
now.
I think we're down to just the north. Like, there's a north gate that we
You
haven't-
went.
Oh no, we
to
went
the
through
north
the
gate.
gate.
So
This is the only gate you have not been through.
Okay,
No,
so
so-
hopefully we're all up to date on our
okay,
laws
so
of Vallaki.
Harmony will be like, so can I use magic or what? No, I mean she's not gonna say
Please
that.
don't actually say that.
They are not cool about Sunny.
Okay.
They haven't gotten the word yet.
That wolf? I don't know. And he runs off into the forest.
What wolf?
Mina will come with.
Hey, look, a distraction, and then the wolf was gone.
So, notably, kind of as you get into the gate, immediately you can see just a little ways down the avenue here, there is a large church.
Hey,
Hey, how
found
about
it.
that?
The church has a bit of a graveyard between you and it here on the left side, but otherwise it is a fairly obvious and prominent structure right here on the front, and it looks like this.
Ooh. Hey,
Better put together than the one in Barovia.
It is
Winley.
definitely in better shape.
Winley, do we want to stop by the church on our way back or grab the bodies first?
I mean, maybe introduce ourselves before dumping a couple
Yeah.
bodies on them.
Probably for the best. Okay.
I could introduce us to the local people.
We're
while
also
you guys
supposed
go
to
get
ask
the
if there's
car,
someone
I
we can
suppose.
send back to
Yep.
the village of Brovio.
Yeah, Ash, just go in there and start talking about how much better Bahamut is.
No,
My god is better than your god. Fight me.
Yeah, I mean, Harmony's happy to. Shall we duck in, make introductions?
It's like
Yeah.
tagging you out for snacks.
Lucian, I believe the fella's name was. Was that the name we were given?
You,
I don't
yeah.
Yeah, I remember asking, what's his name, the guy we rescued outside.
Mina's happy to run back to get the cart and, just get that process rolling over here.
Bring out your dad.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is Mina's gonna go get the cart, and is everybody else going to the church?
Harmony's planning on going to the church.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ash, obviously, I gotta talk the talk.
Sure. Okay, so going in the big front doors there of the church. The church is fairly well lit. It is much bigger than the church in the village of Vallaki. It's also in much better shape. It's a little bit longer than wide, where the church in Vallaki was kind of short and squat, but a little bit broader, and kind of just had a couple of pews. There's about a dozen pews on both sides of the main aisle here. The windows are of stained glass and have sort of themes of kind of sheltering and protection. Kind of in their particular nature. The church is quiet at the moment, but well lit by a number of candles. And you see an older gentleman kind of tending to an altar off to the side, sort of a prayer bench set up. And there's a kind of a young boy, maybe 7 or 8, who seems to be maybe an altar boy or assisting in some way, shape, or form with him.
Harmony will ask Ash before we go in. You read a little bit about the tenets of the Morning Lord. Anything specific? I mean, does it seem fairly boilerplate as far as...
The material I was given was not very in-depth. I got, hymns and prayers and stuff, but didn't really learn much, so I'm hoping to learn more here.
Is Pelor the Morning Lord? That's not a thing in the Forgotten Realms, is it? Is Pelor a god here, or...
No.
That's Greyhawk or whatever.
That's
Anyways.
Greyhawk.
Okay. Harmony will kind of defer to Ash in terms of making religious introductions.
Okay. Well, you said there was a preacher or pastor, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I will go up to him and, kind of patiently wait until he acknowledges, and because I don't want to interrupt whatever he's doing.
Okay. I mean, he pauses in the middle of the ministrations as you approach and looks at you. He's an older man, easily in kind of his maybe 70s or even 80s, and he gives you a smile. Welcome to St. Andrew's. How can I help you, parishioners?
Hello, sir. My name is Ash. I am a cleric of Bahamut. I'm here traveling through your fine lands and taking shelter in your city. I was hoping to learn more about the Morning Lord. I spent a little bit of time in the city, the town Barovia, and got to meet the pastor there, but unfortunately did not get to learn much.
I see. Well, the Morning Lord's gifts are well known in Barovia, but here at St. Andrew's we give greater thanks to the shelter he gave to his parishioners in his time. Though the Morning Lord is certainly responsible for those gifts, we give thanks for the safety of St. Andrew's. Do you know the story of St. Andrew's, perhaps?
I do not, but I would love to know it.
Well, you see, St. Andral was not born a saint nor ordained a saint. A simple man in his time. But many, many years ago, long before the village stood here and before the church was built, this was in fact a house, his house. Andral was a man of a simple life. He farmed on this land. But the great devil came to seek him, and so that he gave shelter to that man in his home, and the devil could not enter. For many years, Andral gave shelter to that man, gave him protection from the devil. And one day, when he had passed, and the devil had not taken him, others came. Others came and took shelter here and found safety. And so the village built up around St. Andrew's, believe it or not. This has always been a place of great safety from the devil. And so, after his death, his bones were anointed, and he was made a saint of the Morning Lord.
I see. Concerning local custom, I feel I should probably bring this up sooner rather than later. We unfortunately do have two unfortunate souls that passed on the road. we were hoping to make sure that they got customly buried or whatever your rituals are for the dead.
Ah, very kind.
I understood they had no family, so it's just us looking after the bodies.
Very kind. We would be happy to tend to them in the light of the morning, Lord. If you can bring them here, we shall see to them.
Thank you. My friend is bringing up the cart now. So what else can you tell us about the Morning Lord or Saint Andrals? Andrals? Am I saying that right?
Andral.
Andral. Saint Andral. What gave him the protection from the devil?
None can say except that of the light of the morning Lord kept his home and his parishioners safe. That was what made him a saint in the first place. The protection he gave to his flock.
I see. Can you tell me anything more about the Morning Lord himself, or?
He then begins to launch into a very long theological ramble about the blessings of the Morning Lord and the great light it provides to people. More or less that it is the dominant religion of the village and certainly of the land of Barovia.
I take detailed notes.
Okay.
Harmony attempts to feign interest during this, but as much as she loves a good story, once it gets more in the theological sense, she mind starts wandering. She starts kind of looking around. Is it crowded in here?
There aren't any parishioners in here at the moment.
Oh, okay.
But the place seems well tended to and well kept.
That's good. And as far as, since we've been in 2 churches of the Morning Lord now, are there similarities she can notice, like in religious iconography or anything like that?
Other than sort of the light on the horizon symbol that you've seen on a number of pendants and books and marks and whatnot, this place looks like an actual church, where the other church might as well have been a place for broken wood and kind of damaged things. There's almost nothing similar between them.
And as a bard and a trader connoisseur of stories, had she heard that one before? The one about St. Andral?
No.
Okay.
I will also bring the topic up that the previous pastor of the town, Barovia, has passed, and the town is without religious leading, as well as the abysmal state that he left the church in.
He seems kind of saddened to hear that.
Yeah, if there's anything you guys can do, maybe send someone over there. Those people could probably use some religious guidance.
I wish that we could, but I'm afraid to tend the church is only myself, Milavlage, and Yeska here. And he points at the small boy when he says Yeska. I'm afraid we have no one of age or capacity, but perhaps in time someone could be blessed and anointed to just bring back the light to the church there.
That's sad.
Is there
But
anyone?
understandable.
Is there anyone we
We
could?
need to get
Oh,
more
sorry.
of the youngsters in, and really teach them, or else more and more people are gonna
Well,
get away.
many follow the Morning Lord, but to feel the calling, to commit one's life to it, is certainly a rare occasion.
And you don't know of anyone we could seek out that would potentially accept the position?
Perhaps someone at the monastery in Kresk might feel the call and be able to rise to it, but I haven't been there in many years. I couldn't say if anyone is prepared or ready to take on such a responsibility.
Do we know where Kresk is?
Name sounds familiar, but I don't think we
I think
actually
we've
got
heard
it.
it mentioned. Where is Kresk? We're relatively new to Barovia.
Perhaps a day west or so.
Harmony nods appreciatively.
It's a full monastery there. It's the largest church in the valley.
Excellent. Hopefully we will be able to see it someday.
Winley would like to ask him about the orphanage.
No. What would you like to know?
Winley will tell him that, we have 2 young children traveling with us who were unfortunately kidnapped by some witches, and they need somewhere to go.
Oh, how dreadful, how dreadful. Well, Headmistress Claudia, I'm sure, would take them in if you asked. Many open beds there for the moment that I know of.
Winley will ask, what sort of person is she, and is the orphanage like a good, safe place for these children?
Of course it's a good, safe place for the children. Why wouldn't it be?
Is he being honest?
I apologize. It's just that we have seen orphanages in much larger towns, and sometimes they can be very dismal places.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a matter of money, just not being able to pay for upkeep, and sometimes the mistress or masters of the institutions are rather stricter than they should be. We just want to make sure the children are safe.
He seems to not quite understand your inference for like stricter than they should be. That sort of seems to go right past him in his context. But he frowns. Milovaj was raised there and has come from there. Yeska lives there as well. Many of the children have become great and good citizens, servants of the Morning Lord in their own right or in their own way. I can't say that it's ever been a place with any trouble.
Can I roll an insight check to see
Sure.
if he's telling the truth?
Are the kids he mentioned nearby, like listening to the conversation or anything like
I mean, Yeska's right there next to him this whole time.
The one young boy.
that? Okay, can I do an insight check on the kid when we're talking about the?
Sure. I'll let the rolls work here for a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't pick anything up from the kid. It seems like he may not be bringing something up, or he might be omitting something in that description.
Okay. Upon realizing that, Winley will just say, we've heard some rumors that the orphanage here is perhaps not the best place.
No, well, any home with enough children will experience its share of troubles. But no, I think it would be a good and proper place for these children you speak of.
What sort of troubles?
He seems sort of hesitant to speak. Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
I can give you a help on that.
Sure.
I like how our bard with the high charisma score keeps giving help actions on these things without actually being the one to be the primary roller.
He's a real team player.
Ooh,
and it
needed
clearly
that.
Oh my god, okay. I take back my sass.
He gives a sigh. Well, there has been some trouble of late. A number of children were on an outing a week or so back, and haven't returned. That's not to say something has
Sorry.
happened to
Bury the lead there a little bit.
I'm just... That was so much worse than I was we lost some kids, you know?
You ever accidentally lose some kids?
For like a week?
It's great. Leave your kids with us. We probably won't lose them.
Of course, there are a lot of open beds.
The children are self-sufficient in many regards. Many of them take on chores and tasks in the village and have their own interests and hobbies. They're not prisoners of the orphanage, but they had gone to the lake to go fishing a few days ago and did not return.
Winley looks at the party.
There was the matter yesterday, but again, isolated incidents, I'd assure
The
you.
matter
what was
yesterday.
the matter yesterday?
A boy was playing and fell through a window.
Fell. Were there witnesses?
Did
Not
he
that I know, but I understand the headmistress is looking into it.
Did he die?
I'm
What came
afraid
of
he
it?
did pass.
Okay.
Hermione will kind of look at one. You said there were no other bodies on the floor of the lake.
Crocodiles have notoriously bad vision.
I feel like we need to drag the lake.
Winley's like a little concerned at this.
Hermione was sorry.
but-
How do I say? So just to clarify, you told us, oh, of course, it's a wonderful orphanage. You should definitely bring your children there, and we're going to omit the fact that 1, 2, 3. How many children have died or gone missing in the past week?
He actually takes your question seriously and seems to think about it for a moment. We've 9?
9!
Winley is mentally calculating.
Does the
parents
Morning
potentially
Lord have
sold
any
them to
tenets
witches?
about lying by omission? Especially when it comes to children?
What have I omitted? I've told you all of this.
Okay.
He did kind of bury the lead, but that's really all we can accuse him of here.
Fine. I apologize. That was just...
I understand your concern and upset, but let me ask, where else would you take these children? There
Yes.
are no other orphanages in the land.
They couldn't possibly be safer anywhere else, certainly.
Yeah, Winley is literally mentally calculating, is this better or worse than the parents that may or may not have sold them to witches? Like, we don't necessarily know that the parents sold them.
Let me put it to you this way.
It could be the mortality rate for children is the same regardless of where they are.
I mean, he's not wrong.
So-
He's not wrong.
It's such a dangerous place to be a child.
So, leaving aside the standard of child care in Vallaki, is this something that the headmistress could use assistance with? We seem to be very good at finding lost children.
Well, you could certainly
Technically, we're at a
inquire.
50-50, on the, well,
She does have her hands
Stony
full,
children,
obviously.
anyway. He's not-
What outing were they on when they disappeared? Like, where did they go?
They were going to the lake to go fishing, I believe.
Okay.
in the
And
lake
did-
that doesn't have
is
any
the
fish.
headmistress
Did they have-
related in any way to the fisherman dude?
The fisherman?
I don't
Bluto.
remember his name.
Bluto.
Bluto.
Not that I'm aware of. I believe she grew up in the orphanage herself.
Did the children have an escort to the lake, or did they go on their own?
Some of them, I believe, were teenagers, so we felt they were old enough to supervise a short walk to a lake.
But there was no, like, adult from the orphanage that accompanied them?
No, Lady Claudia typically stays at the orphanage to supervise the younger children.
Okay. Right.
Harmony will kind of look at the kid next to him and just say, the one he said lives there?
Yes.
Do you know anything about this?
The boy kind of looks up at you. He nods. Yes.
Can you tell me about who went missing? And, I mean, Harmony will kind of, like, look at the priest and then kind of say, like, anything you can tell us?
The elder boys. The ones who live in the older boys' room.
Harmony
The
will,
older boys went missing?
Those are the ones who went to the lake.
Harmony will kind of, a moment with the child, if you don't mind. Father, I guess, is more the Catholic approach. I don't know what the terminology would be.
Yes, Father Lucy.
Okay. A moment with the child, if you don't mind, Father. And she'll kind of, like, gesture him to come over, just kind of a short distance away.
Okay. He goes with you willingly.
And Harmony will kind of, like, lean in and say conspiratorially, you know, kind of trying to, like, be friendly, like, you have any reason to believe the older boys might have decided to... Do they have a hideout? Is there anywhere that they would, like, have said they were going to the lake and have gone instead?
He shakes his head. I don't know anything about that. They don't really include me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So you don't know, like, that you haven't heard, you didn't overhear anything, you haven't overheard anything of, like, where they, if any secret place they might have gone?
Not that I know. I knew Milivoshbin's looking for them.
Okay. Where would I find Milivosh?
I think he's taking rest at the orphanage. He still lives with us.
Okay. I will. We'll check in on him. I think. What do you think of the headmistress? And you can tell me. I won't tell anyone.
Make a deception check.
No. Okay.
You're lying to this kid.
Yeah. All right. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I'm lying to the kid. 24.
I think she's kind of mean, but fair.
Harmony will kind of like.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You know anything about the kid who fell out the window?
Cedric.
Do you know? Do you know what happened? Was he just playing and something went wrong?
I wasn't there. I just know that the window was broken when I went home last night.
Oh, it's too bad. Do you know anything about Cedric?
He was quiet.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for bothering you.
He just doesn't even seem to get that you're bothering him and just smiles and goes back over to Father Lucen.
Good kid. I think we might stop in at this orphanage.
Maybe before taking the children there.
Has,
Is Winley's vote.
Jake gotten back with the cart?
Yeah, by now he would have probably come back with Chestnut and the carriage.
Sweet.
Oh, so you said you had some vacancies in the orphanage. What about in the graveyard?
We already told him that there were some.
Yeah, we
black-
had that conversation.
Yeah,
For the kids?
For the kids?
What the hell, Mina? You're never babysitting.
Well,
assuming you just tell Father Lucien that there are corpses in the wagon. He asks your help bringing them into the church and says he can take care of them from there.
Doc is thoroughly unqualified to help with that process.
Winley is happy to help with that process.
Hopefully the corpses don't go missing at the lake!
I assume we're pretty much wrapped up here.
Unless you have anything else you want to talk to them about, yeah.
Well, if we're on our way out, I'll ask him if he has any reading material I can take with me about the Morning Lord. Or
He offers you a copy of the Codex.
I will take that.
Has some very convincing pamphlets. Could he direct us to the orphanage?
Of course, if you just head east down the road at the first turn, take a right, and it's the 4th house on the right.
All right, Mina, you find it. I'm not good with directions.
I'm pretty sure it's down here.
Yep, that ping, that blue and red ping.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm good with directions.
Who isn't good with directions, you know?
Me.
Oh.
I'm not.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and bring you on to the orphanage map because there's an
Oh my
orphanage.
gosh, there's an orphanage.
There's
map.
no... That's everyone's reaction.
We're not fighting the children.
You're not fighting the children.
Doc.
Are they
another hack.
vampiric?
Your vision should be in the bottom left. So the for your awareness on the map, the orphanage is several floors. So there's sort of a cutoff in the middle of the map for vision. And if you go into upper floors, I'll drag you over, but you should be staying on the left side of the map for the moment.
Duly noted.
Winley will go into the orphanage.
Okay. Before you do, make a perception check.
Yeah.
Everybody can make a perception
Just
check.
kids falling out the windows left and right.
Well, Harmony and Doc see it, whatever it is.
Mina is also aware of it. As you're walking up, you notice two things. One, that there is a boarded up window above the front door of the orphanage that appears to have been very recently boarded up. The timber looks fresh and whatnot. And then there is some broken glass on the cobblestone path leading up to the door. Most of it is just little tiny bits and fragments that clearly were missed in sweeping or something like that. But you can see traces of blood on the glass. And with that, you can go in the front if you'd like.
Knock, knock,
This
or
is
should
the
we
front
just go
door,
right
right?
in?
Doc, I feel
That is the door, yes.
the need to mention that you're standing in front of a window.
I sure am.
Yep. You are looking into a room with some children in it.
Does it look like this is a place we could just walk into?
I mean, like the door's not locked, but I mean it's a bigger building. There's a sign out front that says St. Andral's Orphanage. Okay, knocking on the door. It's kind of silent for a moment, and then a kind of woman comes out to answer it. She appears to be kind of somewhere between middle age and being a senior, certainly somewhere in her 50s. Her hair is black but graying. Her face is certainly wrinkled, and she certainly has the affect of kind of a stern school teacher. Think something like Professor McGonagall. And she kind of peers out the door at you. Yes, how can I help you?
Well, since Mina's not here to...
Yes.
or not Mina.
No, I'm
No,
here.
Harmony's not here, sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, Mina's the one who knocked, so.
Hi there. We are travelers in the area, and we have a couple of reasons to visit your orphanage, actually. My name is Mina, first of all. These are my companions, traveling friends, and we'll motion, allowing for the others to introduce themselves.
Cheerfully waves.
We heard you lost some kids. Harmony does not actually yell.
So, we are possibly looking to, I really don't know the terminology for this, and Mina will look around clearly, kind of how to, yeah.
We'd like to donate some orphans.
Deposit some children here.
We have some.
Do you have a drop box?
Some young children that we have recently rescued from unsavory conditions, and we were wondering about the process of boarding them here. And we would like to take a look around your orphanage if boarding them here is a possibility.
Well, we can certainly take them in. We do have beds. How many children?
2.
2. Yes, I think we could take them. Younger or older, boys or girls?
Younger boy and girl.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yep.
Mina's
Yes.
just like looking around at this point, like, I've made the introductions. Who wants to take over the talking part? But yeah.
Some talking needs to be done, I see.
Winley will say that there is a possibility that their parents are still alive in the village of Brovia.
And why haven't you taken them back?
Winley will just say, like, we have more pressing matters than traveling back and forth between the villages, but if you could send a letter or someone, it is possible that their parents are still alive.
Well, their parents. Well, okay. Do we
Their
want to play it straight with
parents
what their
may
parents
also-
did? Like,
We also don't know,
The
like,
situation
the
in
situation
Barovia-
with
Yeah.
the children ending up with the witches.
And the situation in Barovia seemed very potentially unsafe for them. So yes, exactly. Exactly what was saying.
I see. Well, we can certainly keep them for now, but we do have an obligation to reach out. It is an orphanage, not a hotel.
of course.
Harmony will say, we also heard from Father Lucian, you've had a bit of trouble of late?
Unfortunate things.
She kind of purses her lips at that. A touch of trouble, perhaps, but why do you ask?
I don't know if you heard anything about what happened earlier this morning, as far as the lost Vistana girl.
No, I hadn't heard that. Was that something to do with the bell ringing?
Yes, it was. Mainly, we just were... No, you must be a busy woman. Is there any assistance we could provide as far as potentially locating the group of lost children? Or investigating the unfortunate incident from yesterday?
She seems kind of hesitant. Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
And
Haunted.
Mina will kind of casually walk around to kind of behind the group over here and look for footprints outside of the broken window, just while this conversation's happening.
That's an 18, by the way. I have
Okay.
a minimum.
Go ahead and make a survival check, Mina. And she nods. The missing children, I know Milivosh has been looking into that.
Yes.
I believe he hired some local trackers to try to help with that, but the boy, Cedric, and she kind of looks up a little bit, somewhat seeming to indicate the window above. He was always such a careful boy, quiet. It just didn't seem very likely that he'd do something as silly as trying to lean out a window, but there he was, yesterday morning.
Was anyone with Cedric? With the unfortunate?
When I spoke to the children, they said he was by himself. I got the sense that some of them might have been hiding a game or something, but it's hard to say. There's been a lot of distress amongst the children recently.
Harmony nods. Are there any... would it be all right if we spoke to them? Would that be... And are there any you'd recommend that... We were told Cedric was a bit of a quiet one. Are there any children he was particularly close with?
He was friendly. He just was perhaps shy. I couldn't say any were close, but friendships in the orphanage are hard to follow at times. Children are ever so commonly changing. The boys play with the boys, the girls play with the girls, but from time to time, friendships are broken, scuffles happen in the yard, that sort of thing. You might as well speak to all of them if that's of interest to you. I couldn't really say if one or the other could tell you more or less.
Has anything changed recently with the environment or routines or anything like that?
Not so much. I mean, we've had a new arrival or two in the last few weeks, but it always takes some getting used to for the newcomers and some adjustment for those who've been here longer.
Any particular newcomer seem to stick out? Any?
Not that I can say, no.
No Damien Omenchilds. That's Tom Nye's character.
And Milivosh, we were told he might be staying here. Could we speak to him as well?
He is. He works here and at St. Andrew's. He is here at the moment, although he's sick. You may wish to keep your distance.
Sick.
If you say, I could potentially help with that.
If you could, that would certainly be of help to him, I'm sure. He's taken with some sort of flu or fever.
All right. We better mercy kill him just to be safe.
Winley would love to go inside and have a look
Yeah,
at
I
us.
have
Curb
gentle
stomp the dude with
repose
the
ready.
flu.
Okay. She will step kind of out of the way and open the door for you here. We'll just delete that, and I shall see. So that is the opening of the front door. Looking into this front
The
hall.
spider I see.
Looking into this or this hallway here, the hallway itself is wood paneled, dimly lit. This place is not necessarily well kept. The floors are old and worn, and the steps of the main staircase sag with age. There's a pile of children's shoes laying on the western wall to the right, just to the right of the doorway. You can also see there's a door on the right side here, right next to the stairs. That door has a little sign on it that says Headmistress's Office, and that's kind of all there is in the immediate area.
Doc might offer to take a look at the window, like to see what all needs to be done to get it repaired and that kind of thing, just because that's more in his wheelhouse than the actual talky bits.
She smiles at the offer. That would be deeply appreciated. We coin is sparse when you're trying to keep many children fed, so we were just going to keep it boarded up for now. But if you have some way of fixing it, that would of course be wonderful.
I'd love to take a look. I'm also using this as a cover to investigate the room, of course.
Okay. So for you can try to
Say, do you want to click and drag me or
Yep.
whatever?
You have been dropped upstairs in the top right.
Winley would like to inconspicuously cast Detect Magic.
Okay, go ahead.
And is it this room over here? Or was it the window directly above
the
the
window's
entrance?
directly south of you.
Alright, cool.
Inconspicuously casting Detect Magic, you do not sense any magic.
Okay, and Winley would like to walk the entirety of the building
Okay.
in the next 10 minutes.
Well, bearing in mind this building is maybe only 50 feet long, so
That's fine.
you're going to ping just about everything in the building if you walk into the middle of it.
Okay, well, I'm at least going to, check each floor.
Sure. But at least immediately you're not sensing anything.
Okay.
Investigation on the what?
Just kind of on the window, the general surroundings of that. Just
Okay.
seeing if there's anything I can get out of that.
Okay. Looking at the window, it clearly is broken out. There's no broken glass on the inside
Right.
here. Something it appears by all purposes. So the boarding up is on the outside. Somebody nailed from the outside. You can see the broken side of the window on the inside here, and clearly something child-shaped kind of smashed through it. So there's a little bit of broken cut glass. You can see a little bit of blood on some of the glass there. And looking closely at the sill of it, you see kind of on the right and left side of the sill what looks like scratch marks.
Fell.
Yep. Okay. I will kind of log that away and then actually start probably working on the window.
Okay.
Classic
Mina,
falling.
outside, you see lots of tracks out here. The children clearly kind of run around and play in the yard.
Yeah, I'm
Nothing.
pretty concerned with if any are on. Sorry, I apologize, but on the wall, indicating that someone might have climbed in through a lower window or up to a higher level somehow.
There's a lot of activity here, but you don't see any evidence of that.
Okay.
I would like to go up to the second floor to check for magic-y things.
After the investigation,
Dropped on the second floor.
yeah, if Winley comes by after Doc has done his initial investigations, we'll pass along what he's seen. Like the kid was likely pushed or something to that effect.
Winley had her suspicions of that to begin with.
Army will kind of look over to Ash and be like, do you want to see to Milovash's illness? And I'll try to start talking to the kids.
Which way did the ill person?
She points at the double doors to your to the left of your token there. It says that his bedroom is on the far side of the common room.
Are the children gathered anywhere particular, or are they just around?
The only children you see are in the common room so far.
Yeah,
Okay.
we saw some through the window on the way
Okay,
in.
well, Harmony will... and other people can go too, but Harmony's just going to start, chatting up some kids, assuming they are not terrified of her.
Okay.
Is this a room over here? I don't want to,
It is a room.
Okay.
Yeah, there's sort of a cracked door there. So just... I'm going to ask people to stop running around all at once because I can't follow all of you. So please stop moving is sort of the given point there. So in the common room, there are 4 children. There are 2 on the south side there playing with a dollhouse. The one up by you, Ash, is playing with some marbles in the corner. And there's a girl with a doll sitting on the couch over there by the fireplace. For you, Winley, up there, you have come into... Sorry, I gotta go check here real quick. This appears to be a room for young boys. There's 3 bunk beds, and you see kind of toys more appropriate for young boys. Knights in armor type little dolls and whatnot, a couple of balls, that sort of thing.
pinging any magic anywhere?
No magic in here.
Anywhere on this top floor?
No.
No magic.
Okay. Harmony.
Is there anything weird or significant in the backyard?
Not that you can see. Other than that, it's not very well kept for a backyard. There's a lot of toys, different things there. It's not picked up on a daily basis or something like that.
Can I kind of hop the fence and walk around in there a little bit?
Yeah, it's only about 6 feet high, so it's and it's just a fence more that would keep like a horse out than a person.
All right. Harmony is gonna go basically just into the common room and be like, "Hey kids, how's it going?"
They all kind of seem a little bit like shocked by Harmony, perhaps not having seen a tiefling before.
Right.
And not recoil, but seem to kind of have like a nervous like, oh, what are you?
Yeah. Harmony will kind of like, not an unusual reaction, and be like, "Sorry if I startled you. I promise, not quite as scary as I look."
You can move your token in here. That's where you're supposed to be.
Oh.
That's the comment.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sorry. All right, so new in town, kind of familiarizing myself with the place. Heard that there were some missing older boys that went up to the lake.
All the kids in here, by the way, are under the age of 10.
Okay.
These are all clearly fairly young.
Yep.
The one playing with marbles up at the top is a boy. The other 3 are girls.
Okay.
They don't seem to have much of an answer for you there.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna try to find them, hopefully. Hey, you all know Cedric?
They all seem to kind of be a little bit sad. The girl with the doll on the couch kind of hugs it. The two at the dollhouse kind of look a little bit dejected. Yeah, we miss him.
Harmony nods sympathetically and says, "Any of you see what happened?"
He was upstairs. We heard him fall out the window. It was so gross and scary.
Gross and scary. Did you hear... I'm so sorry. I know that this is horrible. Did you hear anything else? I mean, was it just the sound of breaking glass, or did you hear anything beforehand?
They all don't seem to have anything. They all shake their heads and whatnot.
Okay. Any of you... do you know... Was Cedric close with anybody here? Or was he hanging out with anybody yesterday?
The girl with the doll nods. He was playing with Felix.
Felix? Okay. Where would I... what do you guys know about Felix? You guys like Felix?
No, he got here last week.
Oh. What do you think of him?
He's mean.
Oh. Don't like to hear that. Is he here? Do you know? Is he in the older boys' room upstairs?
I don't know where he is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. If any of you think of anything, as far as either about Felix, about Cedric, about the older boys that went missing, anything you don't want to tell the headmistress,
Begins.
come find your old pal Harmony.
Okay,
Promise I-
persuasion check.
Okay. I can keep a secret.
Amina, you've come up to a kind of a back door here, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that's unlocked.
It is unlocked.
It's an 18.
Had to have an M something.
I'm sure they'll come right to you.
It's an 18.
It's an 18. I have a minimum. Yep. I have a minimum roll of 10 because I'm an eloquent bard.
Is this another room here?
It is.
Can I
Let
go?
me break some doors for you real quick.
Winley, no! Don't demolish the orphanage.
God, it's already broken to hell.
I promise I didn't push the kid.
Okay. Ash.
Yeah, it's I'm knocking on this door, I assume.
I think I got it.
Yep.
And any answer?
No.
I go in.
Okay. This is clearly more of an adult's room. There's a single bed in here, wardrobe on the side. There is a young man who is very pale and sweaty, laying in the bed. He does not seem to be awake at the moment.
Lesser restoration.
Okay. Nothing appears to happen.
Okay. And then I'm gonna just do a general healing check, I suppose.
Do his symptoms track with what we knew about what happened to the zombified folks?
Did you mean to do history or did you mean to do
that's
medicine?
not what I wanted to do at all.
can we get a medicine check, perhaps?
Medicine. Yes.
Okay. He is definitely feverish. His pallor is yellow. He has a little bit of the signs of kind of vomit on his lips, and there's evidence of that on the floor next to him. There's actually a little bit of blood in that vomit, and he is not looking good.
Fun. And the lesser restoration didn't seem to do it much.
It seemed to have no effect on his state.
Okay, I'm gonna try a cure wounds as well then.
There appears to be no effect from that spell.
Fantastic. Does it look like maybe his illness is magical then? It's being like resisted, being healed by these?
Well,
spells?
so an interesting thing happens here. Winley, you don't see what Ash is doing or anything, but you feel a pulse of magic downstairs other than the healing magic.
What type of magic?
It feels necromantic.
Downstairs. Oh.
Yay!
boy.
When I feel that, I will go down there and talk to Ash. Be like, I have a problem.
Okay. So as you are there, or as you are feeling that magic, that you realize that it's not necromantic, but that it feels more fiendish.
Oh. That's worse, even.
Love it.
Equally bad at the very
Let's see,
least.
what is this? Is it just like, is the guy glowing? Like, is he the thing that the magic is coming from?
Yes.
Great. Let's see. Okay, I was just rereading Detect Magic really quick. I mean, I don't really have anything that can do anything to help him, but I will tell Ash what I've learned.
I would attempt to do a remove curse, but I am out of spell slots except for some first level spells, so I'm kind of dried up. I don't remember what we did to use a bunch of spells, but apparently we did. Or I did.
Yeah, all I have... I have Revivify. And Healing Spirit.
So if he cacks it, we'll be able to bring him back real quick. Yikes.
Yeah, that's what I got. Let's see, Healing Spirit. I think it's just, it just returns hit points.
I could come back in the morrow and see if I could do more, but I'm kind of at as most as I can do.
Yeah, we've been
for
using
now.
a lot of spells on NPCs.
No. Mina, what are you up to?
Mina is kind of hanging out, watching Harmony interact with this child, and kind of is amused by it. Other than that, she was exploring the backyard. Doesn't feel too much of a need to poke around in here because she doesn't know, what's going on upstairs. And yeah, for now she's content to just kind of lean up against the wall here, with the door at her back, being entertained by Harmony's interactions with a young child.
Okay.
Classic stuff.
Okay.
Was this
and
a...
Docrin?
I was going to focus on the window and maybe every now and then try to investigate the surrounding area. Like, I'm not trying to be obvious about trying to investigate the thing, but yeah, see if I see anything else in the immediate area, but also working on the window.
Okay.
Was this a ladder to a third floor?
It appears to be a ladder to an attic.
I would like to go check out the attic.
Okay. So are you leaving? You're leaving the lavage and running back upstairs.
Yeah, I went downstairs specifically to tell Ash, hey,
Or
necromantic magic.
Did you let me know on the way by that you noticed something screwy? Because you were upstairs when you
Yeah,
felt
I was.
that, right?
I probably would have
Would
been
you
like...
have like hey,
yeah.
something's fucky? Okay,
like,
then I would not be
something
focusing
downstairs
on the
is
window
weird,
in
yeah.
that case.
I wouldn't have just snuck off to tell Ash.
Sure,
so.
but I mean, it also could have been, oh shit, and run
Yeah,
off
yeah,
without
yeah.
telling me anything. So it's more, did you give me reason to
Yeah.
suspect that something weird was going
So
on?
went downstairs, told Ash what I noticed, knowing that there wasn't really anything I could do about it, and he's the cleric, or she is the cleric, so assumed that was sufficient. And then I want to check out the whole place before my 10 minutes is up with my detect magic. So
if I could follow her down and maybe do an Arcana check to try to figure out what, like, based on what you're saying from the detect magic and the lack of efficacy of the healing spells, to try to figure out what that is.
Okay. Go ahead and make an
Fiendish
Arcana check.
necromancy.
Okay. I don't suppose it's a magical, alchemical, or technological item.
It's not an item, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, people are, yeah. Never mind.
maybe
don't say that sentence.
I'm going to walk that back before we say some awkward stuff there. So 17 on the Arcana then.
You get the feeling that something is afflicting him. You don't sense magic per se, but the fact that it's not an obvious thing like a curse or something like that is in of itself telling. It seems almost more supernatural.
So he's being targeted by something.
Something is hurting him.
Okay.
But I can't, like, triangulate where it's coming from or anything weird like that. Okay.
Well, we need at least one other sixth person to do triangulation.
All right, well, we know what we have to do.
Okie dokie. I was pretty much done in this room. I can't help him at the moment. I think our best bet is to try and find the source, and I now know that it's some kind of necromantic or demonic source. I did stick my head briefly into this room. I was wondering if there's anything worth a note in there.
It is a kitchen. It is not in the greatest condition. It's fairly messy. It's clearly used, every single day to make a lot of big meals. So there's a lot of bits and scraps and crumbs all over the counter and whatnot. You note that the cabinets that have food in them are all up high out of reach of small children, and all the lower cabinets have more like pots and pans and whatnot.
Okay. I don't yet know of the existence of Felix, so I wasn't involved in that conversation, I don't think. But I think our next step is probably try and find him.
Yeah, it was Harmony's plan.
I was gonna go link up with Harmony probably. Are you still in this room with Harmony?
Depending on how long you guys spent in there and how long I spent talking to the kids, probably. I was gonna probably head upstairs to try to find Felix.
Well, and speaking of Dockerin, you're the only one who's sort of stayed upstairs the whole time.
Yep.
Although you did pop down to try to.
Yeah,
kind of
But I'll say I went back upstairs.
Has Winley made it up to the attic yet?
Winley, you are on your way.
We're about to hear Doc get pushed out the window.
I was just about
Joke's
to
on him, I have featherfall, fucker.
True, you survived to fall down a three-story staircase.
In our first fight.
Okay, and then what is Mina doing?
Well, Mina has up until kind of this point mainly been concerned with making sure we don't get cornered in here or trapped by, anything that might happen to want to corner us in here. But if everyone is heading upstairs, and if Harmony's kind of done chatting with the kids down here, then Mina will go and follow behind.
Okay, so
Again, just kind of keeping an eye on the back, making sure nothing fishy is going on, kind of coming up on us.
Okay, so is everybody going upstairs? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's the plan.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, yep.
Plopping everybody upstairs. And then Winley's setting up a ladder right here in this corner, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doors, some of which are open, some of which are closed, up here.
All right. Scatter! Is there noise coming from any of them?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, Harmony, I'll check the first door.
Okay. If you want, I'm just gonna open all the doors for you, so that way you can just see where these rooms are.
Great.
Boop and boop. There, all the doors are open.
Looks like a bedroom.
And Winley, I'm gonna pop you upstairs, and I'll have you hold off for a minute or two while people on the second floor get organized.
Hello.
Okay. These all are bedrooms. The bedroom directly to the north there that Harmony's speaking through appears to be sort of the nursery. There aren't any infants there at the time, but there's a couple of cradles, rocking chair. It's clearly there for infant orphans. That room that Mina is in appears to have been the boys' dormitory. It is dusty and unused, apparently having not been occupied in the last week or so.
Spiders really work overtime.
They really do. Yeah. The room that Docker is peeking into appears to be the young girls' room. There are bunk beds down there for them. And then Harmony, that one on the far right there, appears to be unused at the moment.
Oh, okay. But no signs of anybody in any of these rooms?
No, nobody appears to be upstairs at the moment. At least not up here on the second floor. Do we have anybody doing any sort of checks in here?
Do we want to case the joint?
I'd investigate.
Okay.
I'll give Dockerin a help on an investigation, since he's probably got our best roll for that in the party. Assuming Brent survives.
Don't inhale
I'll
grapes.
just make my own. I'll just make my own since you can't.
Mina, if you want to give... Oh, wait, Winley's heading upstairs. I don't know who's got the second best
Winley's
investigation
upstairs,
roll
yeah.
on the party.
Apparently my roll 20 crashed, so give me a sec.
I would like
As
to
I-
go up.
Die.
Okay, so I'll take Ash up, and again, we're still holding on what's happening in the attic for the moment.
Mina, what's your investigation check?
I was just kind of waiting to see. I have a plus. Well, you mean like my bonus? on
Yeah,
it,
your
or-
bonus.
I have a +1. So
Hey,
yeah.
so do I.
+5.
Okay. Yeah, I'm giving you advantage. I was just wondering if anyone had anyone else, but there's only 3 of us down here now, so.
I'll just throw out a. That's okay. I'll just throw out my own just to see what happens.
Sure.
Yeah, you help.
Why not?
You help Doc.
Loading back in.
Okay.
Oh, good job, Mina.
Well, someone just wants to roll a d20 and apply 5 + 5 to
Mina,
it.
No, you're gonna roll your own dice. This
Alright.
is the D&D creed.
I'm going to describe things now. Mina, you in the older boy's bedroom. Really, what you find here is a lack of evidence of anything, and what I mean by that is their clothes are still in kind of these foot lockers by their beds. There's still plenty of clothes in the wardrobe. You find bags and backpacks and extra shoes. There's not really any evidence that they were planning on disappearing. Their possessions seem to all be here, from what you can tell.
Okay.
So they weren't.
Mina will make that observation out loud.
So they weren't planning on going somewhere for a long time.
No.
Or at least it doesn't seem like it.
Alright, and then I was doing an investigation. Where did we need me?
You were doing one down there in the bottom left, I believe,
Cool.
and that was the girls' room. Okay. The girls' room is obviously much more well used, given that you just saw a bunch of young girls downstairs. But you notice as you're kind of poking around the beds that somebody has scratched something into the headboards of each bed. What languages do you speak?
Nothing too interesting. Common, Gnomish, Elven, Dwarven.
You do not recognize the language.
As a note, Winley speaks a lot of languages.
But do you read them?
I think normally if you speak a language, you read it. But Harmony also has the comprehend languages ritual, so if you point that out.
I mean, if we have someone who already might potentially know it, so I'll flag you down.
Would Doc recognize what language it is?
No. Let's say, Harmony, you're helping, correct? You were giving the
Yeah, I
action
was
down
giving-
here. So what languages do you speak? 'Cause you
Infernal
see
and
this.
Common.
You recognize it as Infernal.
Oh, dear! Wow.
That's not a good sign.
Somebody has scratched Darkest Dreams into all of the headboards.
Harmony will...
Not creepy at all.
Yeah, Harmony will just be like... Doc will be like, well, it's a language I can't read. And Harmony will be like, well, I probably can't... Oh, no! Oh, that seems bad.
Sure does seem.
Meanwhile, in the attic, Winley and Ash, having climbed up here, the attic is dusty and dark for the most part. It is clearly used as storage, not an active place. The windows up here are shuttered and boarded, so there's very dim shafts of light. But looking around up here, you see a small boy, maybe the age of 9, in the corner. He's blonde, pale, and is sort of just staring at you as you come up.
Any magic up here?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Quick
Winley will
talk to
go
him.
over to the little boy and just, in a friendly tone, ask, what you doing? Why are you up here?
I'd like to be up here.
Cool. What's your name?
Felix.
Oh, hi, Felix.
You didn't have to ask that.
Winley will ask him, what is he doing? Like, does it look like he's doing anything, or is he just sitting there?
He's just been standing here in the corner when you came up.
Is he
just
like
Blair
staring
Witch- I
at
would
the
say,
wall,
was he just Blair Witching
looking out a
window?
window?
He was
Like-
staring up at you as you climbed up.
Okay. Lovely. Love that. All right. Interesting. How do you like living at the orphanage?
That's fine.
How long you been?
A week.
What brought you to the orphanage? What happened?
My parents died.
Oh, that's sad.
Alright. Checks out.
Winley will ask him, what do you think of the headmistress? What is she like?
She's a stupid bitch.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because she won't let us play.
What kind of games do you want to play that she won't let you play?
She doesn't let us play hide and seek. She doesn't let us leave.
It seems like the other kids are allowed to leave. Are you not allowed to leave, or is no one allowed to leave?
She doesn't let me leave, and that's all I care about.
That's fair. Creepy. Winley, of course, does not say that. Caitlin thinks this child is creepy. Was I there for the conversation where I was not there, where the little girl said that Felix was...
I was kind of working under the impression that we probably touched bases.
Yeah, Harmony probably mentioned it as
But
we...
then again, you probably went up right before that. So maybe I have the inkling, but you might not.
Harmony would have filled people in if we met up before heading upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, Winley will ask him, just like kind of offhanded, like, oh, were you there when Cedric got hurt or died? Do you have any idea what happened to him?
I don't see why everyone was so upset when he died. I saw his body, and he bled a little bit.
Fair enough. Do you know how he fell out the window?
I don't know. Clumsy, I guess.
Is he being honest?
Roll a sweet
Yeah,
insight check
yeah.
over there.
Sure I am.
Winley's gonna get utterly hoodwinked by this small child.
Oh, he's straight
He's
up lying.
clearly
to you.
lying. Huh. Interesting. Some of the other kids said that you were with Cedric when he fell out the window. What were you guys playing? How did he fall out?
We were playing marbles.
Who was winning?
Me.
Okay. Right. I mean, obviously this kid is lying. But
You
when
always win at marbles?
Not always.
What happens if you don't?
Guess you lose.
Okay. Cool.
do you maybe want to come downstairs with us?
No.
This doesn't seem like a very safe place for a kid.
Of course it's safe.
Why would you say that?
It's nice and dark. I like the dark.
What happens if you go out of the dark?
Nothing.
Is he lying about that?
Make it inside.
I am
She's
currently
working on it.
making an insight check.
He is indeed lying to you.
Okay.
Burst into flames if he goes
Yeah,
out in the sun, perhaps.
Winley will kind of circle back and be like, you said that Cedric only bled a little bit. Is blood the only thing that you associate with pain or death?
He doesn't answer your
Trying to
question.
be a child psychologist over here.
Trying to suss out what this kid is willing to give up about himself. Winley will ask him, well, do you want to leave here?
Of course. Who doesn't?
Well, I'm sure if you came with us, the headmistress would let you leave.
I'm happy here for now.
Okay. Why would you want to leave if you're happy here?
No. We don't want to stay in the same place forever, do we?
That's true. Okay. And he's not giving off any magical aura or anything?
No.
Vampires don't give off inherent magical auras.
Yeah, I figured, but just making sure that there wasn't anything else creepy about this kid.
Not to assume, of course.
I mean, Winley is very much assuming. She's gonna be like, so other than the headmistress not letting you leave, how are you treated here? Are you have a comfy place to sleep and get fed and everything?
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay. Do you sleep up here?
I don't want to play this game anymore.
Oh, okay. What would you rather play?
Go away.
What happens if I don't go away? I don't really say that. Winley will kind of look over at Ash and kind of make a head nod like, maybe we should leave.
Yeah, maybe we should go and regroup with the others.
Yeah, and Winley will look at him and say, okay, thank you for talking to me. If you ever want to have another chat, let me know. And then go back downstairs.
Okay. Ash, you're going with as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are all back on yonder second floor.
Winley will relay the conversation and that he was lying about being able to go in the sun, etc.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if there's anything inherently magical about the infernal and the headboards?
Go ahead.
When Winley picked it up?
Yeah, with the detect magic, I assume it would have glown if it was
Me too,
magical,
but
It didn't glow. Your understanding for types of magic that are maybe outside the purview of traditional magic is that certain beasts and monsters need tokens or icons for their abilities. So, for example, for hags, they have things like witch bags or hag's eyes that they could use.
Right.
So this sort of reminds you of something like that. This is tied to some sort of token or icon.
Do I have any way of like tracking that or anything like that, or
No.
do I know would the link be broken if I were to say scratch out the writing?
Would the link be broken?
Or would, like, because you said it was like
Oh yeah, it would certainly disrupt
disrupt
whatever
the
that is.
yeah. I think I'm going to do that then.
I'm gonna vandalize children's beds for a good reason.
I mean, they're already vandalized.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
we are.
I just assume Doc has some sandpaper that he
Sure.
like pulls out and
Yeah,
starts
that feels.
It's a walnut. and
buffing it
rubs on
off.
them.
Like,
Yeah.
Gives it enough varnish and polish.
Okay.
So yeah, we're thinking the same thing, right? This kid
I mean,
is,
yeah.
not human.
Oh, you guys found Felix?
yeah, Winley will tell the entire conversation.
Oh, maybe I should go talk to him.
Do we want to give the headmistress a heads up what's about to go down?
Well, if the headmistress isn't letting him go outside, it sounds like the headmistress might already know something's
Yeah.
up. So I think I'll. How about I stay here by the door? Because as far as we know, the only way in and out of the attic is through that stair. That
Or
ladder
the
is.
window.
There were a couple windows.
I mean,
But it's also daylight out.
right. So I figure I stay here, continue working on the window, and probably actually working on the window while you guys go see what's up with the headmistress, and at least I can keep an eye on if she, or if he leaves the attic or whatever.
I don't get the feeling that headmistress is in on this.
Yeah. I kind of want to talk to the kid, but that
Well,
might
then
that might end poorly.
Let's go back up then. Let's do it.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
Alright, give me one moment. I need to set something up here for a second.
Actually, I might have, now that we know what to look for, I might have someone go down and look at the sick guy's bed to see if it has that writing on it.
That'd be a good idea.
So, if someone wants to do that, that'd probably be a good thing to check for.
Yes, I'll go down there real fast and
Don't
check
worry.
it out.
I won't start a fight with the kid.
Now that I know what I'm looking for, I can scratch
Yes, that's
it
the
out.
direction I was worried that would take, not the not him.
I mean, I want to see you fight a kid on your own. This sounds like fun.
Well, last child probably wasn't so lovable, so
That's fair. So, Ash, you went back down to Milivoj's room. You do find the same thing carved into his bedboard.
I will scratch that shit out.
Okay. Nothing seems to change with him immediately, but it is scratched out.
Excellent.
Alright.
I will return upstairs and
Okay.
return to the others.
And everybody's going upstairs.
Harmony's planning on heading up to the attic, yeah.
I mean,
Since I already went up
let's
there,
not swarm the child.
Yeah.
since he seemed pretty done with me, I'll stay on the second floor, kind of at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is not
Has
there?
anyone indicated that they think this kid might be a
Yes.
vampire?
Yeah,
Not
Winley,
vampire. I
like,
think not, but I don't think vampire.
I
Can
mean,
we, well, I still think we should get as much information from the headmistress as possible regarding, since we haven't approached her regarding specifically Felix. So I feel like it might be best to play it close to the chest with regards to him until we have a better picture of it from her.
Alright.
So, I mean, we know where he is. We can keep him at least not contained, but keep an eye on him where he's at.
Can we, if he's like some sort of supernatural creature?
I mean, I'm right by the door, so yeah, I don't know. I just feel like going up there again when he's already dismissed us is not quite the right word I'm looking for, but
Harmony hasn't talked to him yet, but Harmony, I mean, she could ask the headmistress. While Ash is checking on the sick bed, Harmony will just, I guess, pop down to say hello to the headmistress and just say,
What's the deal with Felix?
a couple of the kids mentioned recent arrival Felix.
Yes.
Anything unusual about him?
Poor boy, I think he's traumatized. His parents died recently, and so he came to stay with us in the orphanage.
Naturally. Anything about him? Is he... I mean, obviously, it's a tough experience losing your parents. Have you talked to him much? Has he made any friends?
I'm afraid the timing's been a little bit off with the missing children. That I haven't had a lot of
Naturally.
time to pay attention to him.
Did they go missing before he got here, or was it shortly after?
A day or two after, I think.
Okay. Good to know. All right. Just had the name had come up, so I wanted to ask. But you don't think there's... I mean, he's just a poor, unfortunate kid, as far as you know?
I think they're all poor, unfortunate children.
Certainly.
Unfortunate soul.
I'll make an insight check just to see if she's being withholding.
Okay.
God, you're rolling hot.
I know.
No, she doesn't seem to be withholding anything.
Okay. We're going to keep looking around, if that's all right. I think my companion's working on getting your window fixed up. But we should be out of your hair shortly.
Okay.
And I'll head back up and basically just tell the group if I don't think she knows anything about Felix, but if everyone's all right with it, I'm gonna go talk to him.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay.
Harmony, Mina.
I'm gonna go up.
Okay, so Ash, Harmony, and Mina. And Winley, are you still staying on the second?
Yeah, Winley's gonna stay by the ladder since he was pretty clearly done talking to me.
Okay. So I'm just gonna drag people up here. All right. When you come up into the attic, the Harmony and Mina, you have not had this. It's very dim up here. It is quite so. You can see in the far corner to the south, the boy is still standing there in the corner. Albeit he's actually kind of hard to make out with how dark it is up here.
Okay. Harmony will approach him.
I'm going to cast light on my amulet,
Okay.
just so we have a little bit better light source.
Harmony will approach him and say, "Hey there, you're Felix. I'm guessing."
I told your friends to go away.
Oh, well, I apologize. I hope I don't mean to disturb you. I just had a couple of questions. Some unfortunate happenings around the orphanage. I'm asking everybody, so I'll be out of your hair shortly. Don't worry. The missing kids. Did you? I know you only got here recently. Do you know anything about them?
No.
Okay.
Real initiative yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Cool.
Okay. You worried about them at all?
No.
Any particular reason for that?
None of your business.
Well, I mean, that's fair, I suppose. Okay. Let's see.
As someone who hates them and specializes in tracking them, am I them being the undead? Am I getting any kind of weird vibes off this guy other than just the general creepiness he's already is Mina feeling like he's a vampire, or
No.
I mean, yeah, okay,
I could try turning undead, but
Yeah.
no,
that.
yeah, no.
All right.
Does he seem not human in any other way? Is he giving off vibes that he is something other, or are we just getting creepy, weird?
That boy ain't
alien
rat vibes.
kid?
I mean, he's giving you creepy, weird kid vibes. Are you using any magic or anything to try to determine anything else?
No, I guess if I could make, a perception check, because I'm looking is there something weird in his eyes, or does he have strange wounds that are hidden or something? I don't know, anything that might suggest something further.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right. Yeah, that's a great. Thank you. That's a perfect example. Now,
Not that you can see.
All right.
Harmony will kind of say in a bit of an offhanded voice, as though casting about for a topic. Some of the kids around here mentioned they've been having some troubled dreams lately. Have you?
No.
No? What do you dream about, Felix?
I think you're lying.
You think I'm lying?
Because you are. No kids have said that to you.
Oh, okay. You're right, Felix. And she'll kind of like, how tall is he?
He's 9, so 4.5 feet.
Okay. She's not that much taller than him, but she'll kind of look at him and like, all right, Felix, let's level with each other here, all right? Let's stop playing any games. Yeah?
He just stares at you.
And Harmony is going to switch to Infernal for this line, and she's going to say, what sort of darkest dreams have you been giving these kids?
Why don't you find out? He replies in Infernal. And with that, his shadow seems to elongate and kind of pulls away from him and creates sort of a black mist and cloud that floats up into a long creature with kind of elongated arms and claws. And the light in the room dims to essentially total blackness, including the light on your light spell, Ash.
Don't like that.
Oh, balls.
Does that ping the
Magic for
yeah,
days.
okay.
Roll initiative.
What? I thought we were just having a pleasant chat. Felix!
That is a pretty badass reveal, though.
Yeah.
What dark
Felix,
dreams.
you go to your
Find out
bedroom. That's a really cool picture.
Yeah.
That is a pretty dope
Colin,
picture.
I thought your play, Colin, was to go up there and start chatting, and you had side pinged Dan that you were talking in Infernal, and then that was going to be the reveal that we knew he was Infernal. But
I don't think... it was going to be pretty obvious to everyone.
Cool.
Let me make sure I have my token selected. Oh, yeah, I do. Great. Let's roll initiative. Oh, I have what's it called on this? Gift of Alacrity. Double check what that...
My roll 20 is doing
1d8.
something.
So, Dan, I am adding 1d8 to this. And I will roll that right now.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so plus 3.
And there were no kids on the second floor, yes?
There were none.
No innocent casualties.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how much collateral are we talking in the immediate area?
How explosive are you planning on getting?
I'm not getting... Actually, I do not have Fireball, which seems like a little unusual for...
You don't have 3rd level spells yet, do you?
And if I did, I'm pretty sure I don't get Fireball even then, but...
You never know. Anyway.
I don't get Fireball.
Let me get this ordered. Right.
90% sure.
Mina, you have the initiative.
Oh, Dan, I'm adding 3 to mine, by the way. So I should have 22.
Okay.
Well, so are there multiple, it sounds like there's just one, but quickly looking left and right, are there any other enemies?
Can Mina see anything?
It is pitch black in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was, I didn't realize it was total darkness. Okay, well, did that just happen?
Yes. This thing appeared, you saw the shape of it, and then all the light in the room dimmed into blackness.
Gotcha. Okay, I heard that part about it suppressing the light. I didn't realize it was... Okay, that's my bad. Well, in that case, if I can see truly nothing, then I'm going to use an action to cast Dark Vision. Does that give me any vision in here?
It does not. It appears to be some form of true darkness.
Okay, well, still enjoying that. At least I know I can see in the dark if it's normal. So Mina will move towards where she remembers the window being, trying to get free of wherever this darkness ends. And she has enough movement to get all the way over there. Is it still dark when she collides with that wall?
Yes, she can feel the warmth of sunlight at her back, kind of through the cracks in the window, but there's no actual light reaching her eyes.
Alright, well that was move and an action. So that's me.
Okay, Harmony.
Okay, let me see. I'm reading my spell description since presumably Harmony has dark vision, but presumably this is beyond that. Can't see anything.
Yep.
Okay, Harmony is going to just check my spell descriptions for if I have any that don't require me to have to see a target. But the description of Dissonant Whispers says, you whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear. I don't think that specifies that I have to be
Line
able to
of sight
see
has
it.
always been a requirement. We had this discovery earlier in the first.
Okay, it
episode.
just seems like... Okay, sorry. Like, Suggestion and Vicious Mockery would specify a creature you can see.
Oh,
but,
no, I'm sorry. I thought you were doing Vicious Mockery. You're doing a different one.
Yeah, no, Dissonant Whispers, I
Yeah,
apologize.
No, as long as if we can hear you, yeah, that works.
Okay. Then Harmony is just gonna basically she's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on this shadow. She's gonna try to target that and not Felix if she can. Presumably they're separate creatures. And she's gonna say something, her dissonant melody is gonna be something along the lines of, "Oh, we can play hide and seek, but you might not like how it ends up." And I'm gonna let me roll that in. Sorry, I forgot I had to do it on Beyond 20. So, here we go. It has to make a DC 16 Wisdom save.
It fails.
Okay. It takes 18 psychic damage, and it has to, it has to use its reaction to, it has to use its reaction to move as far as its speed allows away from me. It doesn't move into any obviously dangerous ground. Such as fire or pit.
Okay.
And I mean, if that provokes an attack of opportunity, it doesn't matter because I can't do any damage with an attack of opportunity and I don't have a weapon out.
Okay.
Punch the shadow.
Anything else, Harmony?
Harmony is going to... Does she detect... I mean, obviously she can't see. Does she detect that, Felix is still right in front of her?
Make a perception check.
Sure.
I'm reloading the thing. It crapped out again on me.
Perception check. 13.
She cannot tell.
Okay. Harmony is basically going to stumble backwards in the direction where she knows the exit was because as effective as, most of her spells are not particularly useful without being able to see anything. So she's going to move. And I don't know if there's penalties to this or something, or if I have to roll any checks like acrobatics or whatever to keep upright, moving in total darkness.
Nope.
But can I make it to... Is this where the exit was? Right here?
No, that's where Mina is. The
Okay.
trapdoor is right here.
Okay. So I was here. So can I can I use an object interaction to open the trap door? Can I feel around for it?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna open it. Does light come in, or is it still magically oppressive?
It's still magically oppressive, but Winley, hearing the trapdoor sort of open, you see just blackness up the ladder.
Okay.
Winley doesn't love that.
If I use, because that was 5 feet of movement, can I start can I use the rest of my movement to start climbing down the ladder, or can I not see well enough? Okay, cool. I'll do that. And if I need to roll acrobatics or whatever.
No.
Okay.
You can climb down the ladder.
All right, climbing down the ladder.
So you're leaving a kid up there alone with the... Well, not alone, but...
Look, I just am trying to be able to see.
Okay. Winley.
Seeing this sheet of blackness and Harmony come down, talking is a free interaction. She'll just be like, "What is going on up there?"
Kid's haunted.
Such a funny visual. Harmony climbing down. Kid's haunted.
Is the darkness oozing out of the trapdoor?
It seems like kind of a black mist.
Okay.
From the perspective, it's not like a flat line, but yeah.
Felix's shadow is wants to tussle.
Lovely. Love it. If light is coming from me, how does this darkness affect that?
The light doesn't seem to penetrate it. Ash's light literally got absorbed by whatever this thing is.
Okay. Well, I don't really just want to wildly shoot a spell up there without having any idea where he is.
Just blind fire with a small child in the attic. It'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. I don't.
It's okay. Moonfire the child.
I will go ahead and use an action to go into my starry form, into the archer form, and then climb up the ladder, just like kind of stick my head into the darkness. I know that sounds very stupid. And yeah, I'm going to take a blind shot at like where I think it's coming from after talking to Harmony. So that's what, with disadvantage, is that how it works?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
You actually hit.
He takes 10 radiant damage.
It lets out a shriek at that hit, and the darkness in the attic disappears. You can see the black kind of shadow still in the corner, still sort of protruding or emerging from kind of above or behind Felix.
Oh, sorry, I'm not up there. Never mind.
So let's see, that was action and I think
Bonus action?
yeah, sorry, I'm unprepared at the moment.
Hey, I can see again.
Yay! And a move. That should be
When you
right.
activate this form. Okay, so I do still have a bonus action. Do I have anything I can do with a bonus action? Probably not. Alright, that's gonna be it for Winley.
Okay. And then that links to Ash. Ash, sight returns to you as a bolt of starlight flashes past you.
Excellent. I'm going to draw my sword, but instead of using it, I'm going to try Sacred Flame on the shadow behind the kid.
Okay.
You would think radiant damage would be pretty great against these things.
It does not dodge.
Yay, so I get hit?
It did to get hit.
Yay, take that, asshole.
Okay. It lets out quite the shriek at that as well.
Okay. I'm going to hold my ground here.
Okay. It lunges out past Felix towards you, Ash, and all of you kind of hear in your minds kind of a deep and dark voice. You should have kept the light, little ones. And it takes a slash at you, Ash. You feel kind of its long clawed, shadowy fingers just scrape across the metal, and everybody gets sort of like a nail to the chalkboard, just squealing shriek from that. Ash, you take 27 damage.
Wow.
Don't like that.
Crap.
All right, let's kick it up a notch here, gang.
All right.
I'm
and
sorry, how much?
27.
27.
And it is Doctrin's turn.
Okay, well, I'm over here, so...
Tank.
And I haven't actually been in here. Where's the ladder? That's 10 foot of movement.
I'm just going to move you up if you're going up.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Still working on getting everybody's vision back.
Yep.
I chatted you, Dan, also.
So how much movement does that leave me with, or is
You
that
didn't.
the entirety of it?
Getting up there, that would be essentially a full move for you.
Well, to be fair, when I got over there, I still couldn't see anything, so I didn't know where I was.
Okay.
You didn't say you wanted to, though, so I'm not reckoning.
Okay, fine.
I am feeling like a magic missile, I guess, since I don't actually have a... Sorry, apparently I didn't re-up my spells after the last run, so... that, and... Let's see how decent my... Oh, and don't I get multiples of those? Sorry, this is my first time
it's
actually...
three hits. So it's 1d4 plus 1 for all three of them.
Okay.
Yeah, with spells that like Scorching Ray and stuff that you get multiple bolts, you just have to click them multiple times.
Okay, fair enough. So it's 3 it was?
Yep. Alright. Your darts of energies flash into this thing, and it lets out almost a sound like a cough and just poofs out of existence.
Okay.
Oh.
Can we tell if it's actually gone? Like,
Yeah, can I do an Arcana check to...
Can we actually kill it, or is it just...
Yeah, to do that,
waiting its
basically.
time?
Go ahead. You are out of initiative.
I'll give you a help action on that.
Okay.
I'll walk back over to Felix.
He is standing there, kind of where he was, just kind of staring blankly in almost sort of a awake but kind of comatose state.
I think that this thing was probably possessing the child. What do you guys think?
Sounds about right, but what do I get off of my Arcana there?
You're pretty sure it's dead.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna kind of wave in his face.
He blinks at the waving.
Do you know anything about what just happened?
No, where am I?
Harmony's gonna call up the ladder and infernal. Felix, we good?
Does he seem to be? I don't really feel like I even want to make an insight check because I'm inclined to. Like, is he genuinely bewildered?
That does appear to be the case.
What was the last thing you remember?
I was at home. Where are my mom? Where's Dad?
Man.
You're currently at an orphanage. I don't know what happened to your mom and dad, but that's where you're at now. We believe you were taken over by a monster. Do you remember anything about the monster?
EJ said, no. Monster?
Maybe let's
Yes.
not tell the kid he probably murdered his parents.
Did
Fair.
Did you take care of all the beds in this place, or did you check all the beds in this place?
I thought. Well, I guess I never went into the boys' room to find out. But with that Arcana check, do I know anything about what that specific kind of monster was, or is that exclusively
You based on what you picked up earlier, are thinking it was some sort of demon, but the variety you're not familiar with.
Fair enough.
Probably feasting off the kids at night when they slept, feasting off their bad dreams. And
Yeah.
stuff.
You want to run down and check if the
Yeah, I'm
dude
gonna go
is-
down and check on our patient downstairs, see if he's recovering any.
Okay. When you enter his room, he is awake and sitting up and has none of the pallor or the sweat or the obvious sickness about him. He seems a little bit out of sorts and is kind of currently curling his nose at the smell of his own vomit on the floor.
Yeah.
Harmony.
I tell him that I'm the doctor and that he should take 2 of these and call me in the morning. And
Harmony will.
It's to me that he's getting better.
Harmony will kind of climb up the ladder, just kind of enough to be like, "Hey, Felix. Know you're probably having a bit of a rough go of it. Let's go talk to the headmistress. All right, buddy."
He kind of nods and takes your hand without even being asked.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Harmony will lead him to Miss Claudia.
I assume behaviorally he's just night and day from what he was before.
I mean, he's not a creepy Satan child anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Like
he
him
seems
better
like a
this
normal
way.
child now.
Yeah.
Winley will go down as well.
So everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
drop poof everybody down onto.
Yeah, maybe I duck my head in the boys' room real quick. Do their beds have the thingy on them?
They do.
Just do it quick.
Yeah, just do a quick once over. You can't be too careful these
Yeah,
days.
I'll probably let the headmistress know if you find any more of this writing, it's best to remove it.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily trust that she doesn't have something to do with this.
She didn't know anything was
don't
weird
think
with.
she has anything
Harmony
to
had
do
a pretty good read on the insight check. She had above a 20.
Okay.
So this is
And things weren't happening before the Felix child came.
it seems like it was a recent run of misfortune.
Yeah, all of the mischief, all the bad deeds to the kids and stuff all happened after. So I think we're good there.
But yeah, Harmony will bring Felix. Was it Claudia? Or...
Yep.
Okay, we'll bring Felix to Claudia and say, so, Felix, poor thing here, is having a bit of a rough go of it. She'll kind of lean in closely and say, there was some sort of devil or demon.
Don't say devil. Don't say devil.
There's some sort of creature, demonic in nature, possessing him. We've destroyed it, but he's going to need some looking after.
She kind of takes him from you and kind of holds him to her side and nods. I'll take him to St. Andral's right away and see what Father Lucien can do.
And he'll Charmony nod and say, when you have... At some point we should discuss the circumstances
Probably speak loudly
Yeah,
enough
sorry,
people
sorry.
can hear you.
And she'll kind of just lean in close enough to like whisper, hopefully the kid can't hear too much. Like, at some point we should discuss the circumstances of his parents. He doesn't remember.
She has kind of a sad face at that. Clearly thinking about the fact that you're gonna have to sort of
The implication.
retell
Yes.
somebody that their parents have died.
Well, at least he'll care this time.
Yeah. Ugh.
All right. So, Ash, you checked in on. I'm sorry, it started with an M. His name is
Milivosh.
Harmony will pop in there too.
He seems to be in the process of kind of changing out of his soiled clothes when you pop in, and kind of looks at you with a bit of embarrassment.
So sorry. Glad you're feeling better. Don't mean to interrupt. You were looking. You were trying to find out about the boys who went missing at the lake.
He nods. How long has it been?
A week.
5 years.
I say, and
Week.
his recovery is like suspiciously fast. Like,
Or-
it wasn't gradual. Like he was practically on death's door and now is just up and about. Right? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Or just the thing.
Oh no,
was-
I know
yeah.
that's what it is, but it's like there was no recovery process. It's like as soon as it died, it's like okay, I'm good. Let's do this thing.
Harmony says, and she's like, well, okay. She's kind of she'll eye him up and down, Anyways, I believe we've been told about a week. And we're told you hired somebody?
He puts his head in his hands and just sort of rubs his face for a moment and goes, God, did Yevgeny or Soldar send you?
No. We stopped at the church because we have a couple of children that need caretaking, and we're directed here, and that Father Lucian and Mistress Claudia mentioned that the children had gone missing. Yevgeny, those names don't mean anything to any of us, I don't think.
They're the trackers. I hired them a couple days ago I guess a week ago to go look for them.
Where would I find them if they were in town?
In town? Every time I've met them, I met them at the inn, but
Okay.
hopefully they're just somewhere out in the country looking for them.
There were a couple of tracker-looking hunter guys at the inn, weren't there? A couple of brothers, it
I
looked
think
like?
so. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We can
Are
see.
they brothers?
Are they brothers?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, to my recollection as a player, there were a couple of guys who kind of looked like woodsmen or outdoorsmen or the like at the Blue Water. Okay. Army will be like, okay, I think I may have seen them at the Blue Water. We will look into it. Please take your time recovering. We'll let you know if we hear anything.
Thank you.
And she'll nod and say, sorry for bursting in on you, and we'll duck out. Harmony will...
I'll say I don't know what kind of progress I made on the window before stuff went sideways.
Probably not really any.
Harmony will look at the rest of the group and say, well, looks we got another thing on the old checklist. We should probably head back to the Blue Water, see if those two are there. And if not, I guess we head up to the lake and see if we can follow any leads on our own. I mean, we've got the best tracker in Barovia. Elbows me a little bit.
I mean, what time is it at this point?
Right?
You're kind of in more like the mid-late afternoon now.
Okay, I might not want to go out.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we can find the brothers. It's the first step.
Sure.
All right, back to the Blue Water, unless anybody else has anything they want to do.
Nope, that sounds
Killed the
great.
shadow demon. Made a good
Oh
go
god,
of
that
it.
thing totally killed Cedric, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it absolutely
Good
did.
time.
So you're all heading back to the inn now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking down the street, a man in a somewhat shabby brown set of clothes kind of approaches you and holds up a hand. He looks like this, and he says, "Are you the fellows that found the Vistani girl earlier today?"
God, that
Who's
look in his
asking?
eyes just not
My
good.
name's Ernst Larnack. I am the footman of a most distinguished lady of Vallaki who would request your presence if those might be your characters.
Is she requesting our presence right now?
Yes, your earliest convenience.
And sorry, footman. Is that just servant or?
Yeah.
She gives her feet a massage.
It's a versatile position.
Harvey will look at the rest of the group and say, well, I mean, we're new in town, so it wouldn't hurt to make introductions, of course. We have a few errands to run, but where could we go to call on your lady when we have time?
She lives on the northern boulevard, just a little bit north of the Blue Water. The most distinguished home on the street. You can't miss it.
Excellent. And we are looking for Lady
Wachter.
And what was your name?
My name is Ernst.
Ernst. Okay, Ernst.
Ernst. All right. Well,
Just meet a man, start making fun of his name instantly.
You
Good
just
job, guys.
stand there for a minute, all saying his name.
do you know the nature of her request for us?
No, that is my mistress's intent.
Certainly. Well, let her know we will be along, hopefully, shortly. But
What was the lady's name?
Ludark. No, that's Ernst's name.
No, Ernst. So Ernst is the servant. Wachter
What?
Yes.
was the lady.
All right. Well, all right, another thing. Somebody keeping track of all of this?
You were-
Parchment.
So you were not kidding about the
course
quest
not.
log bursting a bit here once we.
So, did we... Yeah.
But hey, we gained one
now
and
that
cleared one in one go, so that's good.
Now that we know the orphanage are okay, do we want to escort our children up?
I mean, the end's paid up. We can give them another night there at least.
Uh,
Probably cozier anyway.
yeah, let's see if we can find these kids first. See if we can clear out all the bad juju, or at least clear it up before entrusting kids to their safety.
What was that, Mana?
No, nope. I'm with you.
Okay, so then where to?
The Blue Water.
So what are we're looking for the brothers?
To my recollection, there were a couple of fellas who looked woodsman trackery at the inn in the morning. So hoping we could either find them or find out where they might have gone.
Yeah.
I would also not mind a short rest at some point.
Well, did we take a short rest when Doc was building his toy for the girl? Did it?
I mean,
I
we were
wasn't-
just partying, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
I didn't intentionally do so.
I think the cleric needs a short rest because he took like
I didn't
probably
know
about
that.
half of his health points from that one attack. So
I have 7 HP.
Wow!
okay, more than half then.
I would take a short rest as well if we have time.
I mean, we're also getting close to the point where we should consider when and where our next long rest.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I mean, I'm fine waiting until a long rest.
Yeah, Harmony doesn't have much. Harmony doesn't have a super strong plan beyond see if we can find these brothers, because we don't want to be out at night
Yeah.
if we can help it.
Why do you think everyone are brothers, Colin?
Because
all you humans and elves.
probably
Until proven otherwise.
probably Harmony just lashing out from her own only childhood and just assuming everybody who's friends with anybody is because they're family or whatever.
Okay. Well, so coming back into the Blue Water, it is, as it typically seems to be doing, a pretty decent trade. You see that there's maybe a few less commoners in the tavern, but a couple of folks of note are here. The huntsmen that you remembered are currently sitting at the bar in front of Danica over there. A man is also working behind the bar who you have not seen before. In the common room, there are two boys watching a puppet show being put on by a man in what looks similar to the attire of perhaps a ringmaster for a carnival. On the north side of the room, there are a couple of men dressed in nobles' clothes who seem to be playing court with some of the local ladies, as well as you see Vasily von Holtz sitting at the table in the center.
Is he still drinking heavily?
He is currently holding a glass of wine, but the wine seems to be mostly out at this stage.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, I should have written them down, but remind me of the names that of the trackers he hired.
Soldar and Yevgeny.
Soldar and Yevgeny. Okay. Well, I mean, Harmony's, so many new friends to make. Harmony will nod to Vasily as she walks in, assuming he's, can see her.
Cognizant.
Yeah.
He smiles and kind of gives a wave.
And Harmony will approach the two men at the bar. These
Okay.
two.
They are both currently eating what looks to be more of dinner than drinking. They don't have any glasses in front of them, and they don't seem to pay you much mind as you come up to the bar.
And she will put on her making friends voice and say, pardon me, are you Soldar and Yevgeny, the trackers?
Who's asking?
The man who hired you a couple days ago. God damn it, how did I forget his name already? Molskovich? Or no, it
wasn't close, was it?
Millivage.
Closer than I would have gotten.
Millivage.
There's so many names thrown around.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Millivage from the St. Andrals, he hired you to find some missing boys from the orphanage, didn't he?
He did.
How'd that go?
Not great. They've certainly been taken, that's for sure. But we couldn't track them all the way back. Nor did he pay us enough to take on the risk of pulling them out of where I think they ended up.
Where do you think they ended up?
I think the werewolves took them.
Werewolves?
Oh boy.
Is this a thing we've heard of before? Or?
I mean, we saw
I
those.
thought it was alluded to.
Really
Yeah,
large
you're right.
holes.
You're right. Harmony will kind of react accordingly to that and say, "Do you know where they would have taken them?"
No idea. They've got a den somewhere up there in the northwest, but we're not going anywhere near it.
Okay. Did you find signs of where they had been taken from, in case any foolhardy adventurer types happen to head up that direction?
We found their tracks on the path, but there are plenty of wolf tracks and paws around the area. They were heading west, and that's we followed them for probably 8 or 9 miles. Past that point, didn't want to get any closer, and again, he didn't pay us enough to take that kind of risk.
Understood. And that was up at Lake Zorovich, you said?
On the way.
All right. If I could, if you would,
Lead us up there.
yeah, could you show us where exactly you found their trail? And if Mina can say that, I apologize.
No, yeah.
I don't know, how much are you paying?
What's your rate?
Well, that boy managed to scrape together 100 gold pieces for us, so I think the
Damn!
least we'd charge you would be 20 apiece.
20 for all of us?
A piece.
No, that's fine.
I feel like we have a
We'll find
capable
our
enough
way.
ranger that, yeah.
20 apiece. One of us will go and then lead the rest up.
Well, we'll let you know if we can manage to scrape that much together as well.
We won't.
Well, she's in charge of the finances. I can't be trusted with that stuff. Well, thank you very much. We'll let you know. If you care. We'll probably see you back here at some point.
This is what's his name, right?
Yeah.
That's Vasily.
Yeah, he's the one that gave us the quest for the missing girl, right?
No, that was
Am I
Casimir.
missing him up?
Vasily's the guy we rescued outside of town.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I knew I recognized him, but I thought he was the elf dude. I apologize.
Should we let him know that we took care of the bodies?
Probably. He seems to care about them.
Yeah. They were traveling together at least.
Yeah.
I think that we should probably, just so we can cross at least one thing off of our quest log, let's get the kids back to the orphanage. And that way we don't have to watch out for them anymore.
I'd rather resolve whether we're going to be bringing, werewolf kids back, or...
I do feel like
That's not going to make any difference to us bringing the kids to the orphanage, though.
It'd make some difference.
But the inn feels, Ash, pretty safe. Not to jinx it, but the inn feels as safe or safer than the creepy orphanage right now.
At the moment.
Yeah. Winley's perfectly happy to let the kids stay here with
Arena. Let's...
pretty much indefinitely.
If we can,
as long as we're around.
If we can hopefully get him a place to stay tomorrow night, since Arena will be with us at the Burgomasters. But I'd like to tie up orphanage-related loose ends before we entrust the children to their care, even if it's only briefly.
Yeah.
I agree.
As you're sort of chatting about this, the man behind the bar kind of woohoo, and kind of gestures to welcome you over to the bar.
We haven't seen this guy before, right?
You have not.
Okay.
Doc literally hops onto one of the bar
Summer
stools.
Hermie will go over and lean her elbows on the...
Yeah, Winley will approach as well.
You found the girl, didn't you? The Vistani girl.
We certainly did.
Well, you're great heroes. We should at least be paying our respects and tribute to your fine activities here. Can I offer you all a glass of wine, perhaps?
Sure.
Harmony, okay, sorry, that was me thinking as a player, but no, Harmony
I'll take
would.
mine.
Yeah, Harmony is like, I've been saying that. I think more people should be singing our praises and offering us wine. You've got the right idea, friend.
He turns about and begins to fill up some glasses. As he's doing so, Danica comes down the bar and kind of gives him a punch on the arm and kind of looks back at all of you with a kind of an expression, a bit of concern, and then kind of whispers something to him. He turns around with the glasses and is looking perhaps a little bit sheepishly at you and puts the glasses in front of you. It's noticeable that they've only been filled maybe a quarter as much as a normal wine glass would be.
Harmony will turn to Danica. Danica, we're heroes.
Oh, hey, that you are. But we're not running a charity here.
Heroes discount?
Heroes discount. Aye, you get all the silver you want in your adventures, and you pay.
Winley will pay for the wine.
As well.
Yeah, Harmony will look down and yeah, if you can fill that up to the top, I'll pay for it.
She gives you a bit of a wry smile and kind of fills up the glasses. As you're paying, she gives it a shrug. I don't mean to be ungrateful or anything of the like, but
You're running a business.
we're running a business, but also we haven't gotten our wine shipment this week, and so there's only so much to go about, and if we're just handing it out for free...
How much is the
I was
wine?
saying, a side quest, you say.
Now, a wine shortage. Now, this is the exact kind of problem that
What
adventurers
happens to your wine shipment?
adventurers such as us are here to address.
If we got your wine shipment back, would that entitle us to
To some free booze.
How much does the wine cost?
It's a silver apiece, so 5 silvers.
Great.
She
I
kind of
pay
gives a
for all
shrug.
of them.
The
Oh, thank you.
Wizard Wines usually is the one making the deliveries up here, but as far as where it is, usually we get a shipment once a week, and it's been about a week since the last one was due, and it hasn't arrived.
Where does it usually come from? You said Wizard Wines?
The Wizard of Wines. It's a winery just a little bit down to the southwest.
In the town? Or-
No, outside of town.
Oh, okay.
If it was in town, I could just go check.
That's
on it
true.
myself.
Is there someone, if we happen to be in the area, is there someone we should ask for?
Well, it's my family, the Marchikovs.
Oh,
We-
your
we
family.
manage.
Oh.
You said southwest of town. I assume that's past the Vistani camp since we
Oh,
didn't see
several
that.
miles.
Okay, yeah. Because we didn't see that on the way out there, so I assume it was further out, but worth an ask.
I didn't know your family. Oh, well, fascinating. Is there? Can you think of any reason why they might have missed a shipment? I mean, I imagine it's unlike them.
Trouble on the road, perhaps, but no, they haven't missed a shipment in years.
Oh.
Nor has one been late, for that matter. Very fastidious, my family.
Naturally. Well, we will, if we're in the area, pass along our best regards.
Certainly. Thank you for your help.
Oh, of course. We are heroes, after all. And Charmy will take a cheeky sip of her wine. And then we'll turn to the rest of the group and say, so in terms of attempting to track down this werewolf den, do you think that's a task for tomorrow?
I mean, we should not leave town after dark. I feel like
Yeah.
that's fairly safe.
I mean, from
Unless-
what they said,
Unless the two of us want to go out there and camp with Sunny so we can try to make up our XP deficit.
might need to.
Mina is enjoying the wine and smoking a cigarette, and she mentions, "I'll probably stay another night out with Sunny. I don't see myself leaving him out there alone for a night. But none of you are obligated to join me in that."
Harmony will kind of regard Mina, and she'll say, "Well, loath as I am to leave any form of creature comforts behind, I did sleep soundly last night, and I have an idea for something that might make tonight a little safer for you and your fair, fine canine companion."
I will
Sure,
come
yeah,
with
I will.
for some kind of reason that means that I have the potential to get XP.
I don't know if there will be XP involved.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, won't we?
I mean, if we're tiny hutting, there's probably not going to be too much trouble. But hey,
That was my plan, was to tiny hut.
yeah. Well, again, all are welcome to join me, but please, again, there's
Theoretically,
no
this will be
rush.
the last night in a while that we have to deal with that.
That's
hopefully.
my hope.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that, if Mina's volunteering to go and we need 4, including Sunny, for a full watch, but I feel like Ash and Winley should get the benefit since they were out there last
I mean,
night.
Winley is also happy to sleep outside.
Well, naturally, you're a druid.
Exactly.
Harmony's happy to go out there and cast Tiny Hut tonight. But, so, on a broader sense, we're not going after the werewolf den. We'll do that tomorrow
Yeah, so
morning.
I don't think we're chasing any quest leads out in the night. So
Yeah.
we should go.
Would we...
introduce ourselves to the local
Yeah,
gentry and see what happens there?
probably. It's still like late afternoon, you said?
I mean, we're getting towards the evening at this point.
Okay. Yeah, Mina, you're the tracker, so I imagine what you think would. I imagine, given your expertise, the morning would be a better bet.
Yeah. Well, I I definitely don't think we should try to do anything too serious tonight.
Okay.
If there are other stops we want to make here in town, let's do it. But
I think we could call on the lady Wallach. Is that it?
yeah, let's check it out. Let's go say hi.
Wachter?
Lady,
Wachter.
Wachter.
And so I know in Barovia, the street's pretty solidly cleared out once we got closer to dark. Is it doing that here, or are people a little more...
No, Vallaki has been pretty active, even in the dark. The village is well lit by torches and
I mean,
whatnot.
it's better lit and better protected than Barovia. I was just wondering if they had the same habits or not, and it sounds like they don't. So.
Poppin' nightlife here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Festivals.
As long as we're following the laws of Barovia.
Yep. As you should. As all should.
Yep. You know, for the greater good, or what was it? What's our...
All will be well.
All will be well. That's our creepy chant here. Gotcha.
Okay. So what are we doing?
I thought we were going to, what's her name's?
Yeah,
Mance.
Let's go check out Lady Wachter's
Wachter.
deal.
I think a quick pop upstairs to check in on Irina and tell her we're still alive.
Is she
getting bored?
Do you
Like,
relegate your whole story here?
I mean, we should tell her that we cleared out.
Yeah, I mean, at least give
if
her
she-
an update on
if
the
she thinks we
orphanage
should
for the
drop off
children.
the orphanage now that the demon situation or whatever has been cleared. Like we say, well, there might also be a werewolf situation incoming. So
I think we at least update her on the orphanage since she is looking after the kids kind of
Maybe get her-
indefinitely.
maybe get her opinion on, look, do you think it's probably safe to leave the kids
Yeah.
now? Like, if,
I think it's safe.
So let me ask you. You're telling about tell me, I guess, of all the things you've done today, what are you telling her about? Because that would be a very short or long story.
I would say first and foremost about the orphanage because
I would
that's
say,
the
she doesn't
most
need to know
relevant
about the
to
Vistani
her.
stuff as much.
But yeah, I mean, we might eventually tell her that when we're not like on our way out. But I was thinking just quick pop up. Hey, we're going to do this thing.
So
We
basically-
did check in on the orphanage today. Kids are staying here one more night, like that kind of
Well,
thing.
not necessarily one more night, but I mean, in her judgment, maybe get her opinion since she's the one watching the kids. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So I would want to get her opinion on whether she thinks we should leave the kids away from there for just a little bit longer while we get a fuller picture,
Yeah.
or if it's as good as we're gonna get it.
Yeah.
She first of all just kind of kept herself entertained with the kids for most of the day. She's of the opinion that it wouldn't be a bad idea to take them to the orphanage, but that given that you're looking for other missing children, that might have an effect on whether it's going to be the right place for them or not.
Yeah.
I think letting them stay at the inn in our room one more night, particularly since we're planning on doing the werewolf den stuff tomorrow, just wrapping up all of the orphanage stuff at the same time.
It's easy, of course, for us to say, since Irina's the one looking after him, but if she's okay with it.
Yeah.
She also asks if, just kind of not offhand, but just she also asks if there's anywhere that you found that she might be able to stay longer term here.
I think that was a question we were going to ask the Burgomaster at dinner tomorrow.
Okay.
Since she's coming along, try to figure out, where she'll be.
Alternatively, you might be able to find shelter at the church. I could certainly ask. It would be probably the safest
It's
place.
not a
in town.
hostel though. I don't think that's really a.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying,
think that
we
would also
heard
be a
legend
short-term
about it.
solution.
We heard a legend of it specifically holding off a demon, the devil. And if Strahd is after
Don't
her,
say the thing.
Don't say it.
I think she's probably asking more like, where am I going to live at the end of this? Which, we don't know yet. And I think that's a question for the Burgomaster tomorrow at his dinner to try to figure out, where's a more permanent place she can take up residence here.
Yeah.
So, if she's cool with staying with the kids for one more night, I think that is what we want to do.
Then again, like I was saying, don't say the name because I think that was one of the laws, wasn't it?
Yes.
well,
Then again, the bartender did low-key roll her eyes at the laws with us, so okay, so we're good.
But, we don't want to piss
Don't
off
wanna-
anybody.
Yeah, don't want to flaunt it either, so yeah.
I was just stating the.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, she's fine with staying with the kids at the inn for another night. Anything else at the inn, or
Are we paid up in terms of the cart, the horse, the inn, all that? Are we current?
I paid
on
for
that?
a couple of days with the cart, at least. confused.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're at in terms of.
You paid for 2 days at both places.
Okay.
So
That's what I thought.
tomorrow will be your checkout unless you re-up or extend.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can pay again tomorrow and be good. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Throw the kids out on the street.
Okay.
Yeet.
All right. We'll go ahead and bring us back to yonder village map.
And then to the grandest house that cannot be missed.
It
Cannot be missed.
On the
Cannot.
North Boulevard, is that what you're
I'm
saying?
expecting some pretty sweet art from the book if it's a awesome.
So I'm
house.
assuming this road.
Yeah, it's up on that road, and you don't miss it. It's only maybe 100 yards north. It's this
The
house on
big
the
red one?
right. Yep, the red one on the right. I think I have a walk to your house, but let's find out. Nope, I actually don't have walk to your house art. Sorry.
Imagine a nice house.
Yeah, imagine a nice house.
big fancy house.
Big fancy house. And with that, we will drop you on the walk to your
Oh,
house.
but there is a map.
No
Already.
art, but a map.
There's a ton of maps in this village, so
Great.
I don't want to tell you read into it or don't read into it, but there's a lot of.
I mean, we did do combat at the orphanage, which, I mean, if anything, you would not expect an orphanage to be a combat type scenario. So what
I'm
we're
sorry. Are you
bottom
an
mid
RPG person? You always burn down the orphanage.
strikes.
Always. What
Why
RPGs
not?
are you playing?
Yeah, Jesus.
Only
Or,
the 8-bit
sorry,
one.
by Bahamut.
All right, you should all be here, correct?
Should we have dressed up a little more?
So approaching the house, it
This
is
is my dress up clothes.
Winley's basically wearing a loincloth.
Yeah. Approaching the house, it is a fairly well-built manse just on the street. There are gardens on the north side of the building, and kind of walking up to it, approaching it, it is clearly kind of the best kept, best painted, well lit on the outside. This is clearly a home for people of wealth.
Yes. Harmony wrinkles her nose in distaste.
Can we get Fog of War, please?
All right. Well, let's knock on the door.
Yeah.
Harmony will knock on the door.
Okay.
Are there guards?
There are not guards, but answering the door, Mr. Ernst, I have a different piece of art here, but Mr. Ernst steps out the front and gives you a smile. Welcome. The lady is, of course, expecting you, if you'd like to follow me.
Oh, of course. Good to
Great.
see you again, Ernst.
Let's go.
So he will walk you through the front door. This kind of first room that you immediately walk into is sort of a receiving room. There's kind of some stained glass doors leading off into a couple of different directions, both directly in, kind of up and then down off to the right and left. Ernst leads you through the door immediately to the north here, and then takes a sharp left. So essentially, just going up one square and then taking a left turn here.
You said stained glass doors?
Yes,
Very fancy.
very fancy indeed.
Oh no, the artwork. Oh no.
Okay.
Look at that token.
Hello.
Is that the lady from earlier?
No, that is not the lady from earlier.
Okay.
So coming into this chamber, this appears to be a kind of parlor. There are a number of kind of couches surrounding, kind of in a U shape on the north side there, surrounding the fireplace, as well as a long dining table that is not set for dinner, but has a couple of kind of bowl of fruit, different things sort of laid out for anybody to peruse. Lady Walker herself is a very well-dressed woman, and clearly is a woman of means. She looks like this.
Oh god, those eyes.
They're just like a dark brown. They're not.
No,
like
no,
that.
I know. Just at the first glance, like, oh shit.
But she gives you a smile as you come in and goes, welcome. Please make yourselves comfortable.
Harmony will dip into a polite curtsy-ish. I mean, she's not wearing a dress, so maybe it's more of a bow. But she's like, Lady Wachter, we appreciate the invitation.
Of course. Please help yourselves to anything that we have. We are, of course, very grateful for your efforts and your achievements as of today. I understand that you saved the Vistana girl that was missing, and I've already heard word that you've helped with some sort of affair at the orphanage.
Word gets around, does it?
Yeah.
You must have
As long as it's not about Sunny to the guards at the gates.
you must have eyes and ears all around the city.
As a woman of wealth, means, and influence, I do have a number of parties who do wish to keep me well informed of the goings about. Tell me, what has brought you to Vallaki, other than a desire to do good deeds?
as much as that is its own reward. We were asked. We came here largely under the direction of the burgomaster, Ismark, of the village of Barovia, escorting his sister, Irina Kolyana, to Vallaki.
I see. And why has she not stayed? Is there something wrong in the village?
The village is beset by various difficulties, and the burgomaster felt that he would feel more comfortable dealing with those difficulties if he could feel assured that his sister was safe elsewhere.
Is this why you invited us here to ask us questions?
Well, to one extent, one does wish to get to know those visitors before she makes a request of them or offers them something.
I'm just curious if you can be a little more specific about what your interest is.
I see. Can I entrust you with, not a secret per se, but a matter of sensitivity?
Oh, of course.
I sure hope so.
I understand you've met with the burgomaster, and as she speaks, she picks up a decanter from the table and pours a glass of wine for herself.
Yes, we did. I don't know if you were at the pleasantries in the square earlier this morning, but that was our first encounter with the man. Certainly quite the vocal leader.
Indeed. You see, I am in a position of, I'll say, discomfort with the Baron Vargas. He inherited the role of burgomaster from his father when he passed away many years ago, and though the village has been kept quite safe for a number of years, it would seem that his eccentricities have become greater and greater with time. I think it might be perhaps overdue for us to consider a change of leadership in the village, and so I wish to know your interests in the village such that we might discuss the opportunity to make a change to the regime.
Now, when you say regime change, is there a mechanism for that? You said he inherited the role, so there isn't. Is there any form of removal of one burgomaster and another taking the position?
Or are we just talking a full...
Right, an official form.
I would not wish to see any sort of violence or the like. I'm afraid there is no democratic system for it. The people, insofar as enough of the guards follow his orders, such that the people then obey the orders of the guards, and therefore we have this system. But if we could find perhaps some form of evidence to discredit him, or something that could bring about a desire for him to step away from the role, then perhaps that would grant us the opportunity to make a difference and bring a more sensible nature to the village.
Is there something specific that you... Is there a specific strategy that you're recommending? Something you want us to find evidence of?
Do you have reason to believe such material exists?
That is not in doubt. To be clear, or perhaps to make sure that it is more well understood, I think there are many things that the burgomaster is up to and about that would see him removed from office. You've heard of the reformers, perhaps?
Only after the fisherman this morning was delivered unto their care, based on his reaction. Seems a fate one would not wish on one's enemies, even.
Indeed. No one speaks of what actually occurs there, but those who return are changed, and not in a way that I would suggest was in their nature to begin with. They are submissive, broken, obedient to a fault, one might even argue. I think perhaps that the prohibitions against magic that the Baron touts as part of his great laws are not so well followed by the Baron. His man, Isaac, has gone about the executions of many discontents and malcontents over the past many months, let alone years. And for that matter, that we claim to be a very safe village. I'm sure you've heard of the, not just the child you found this morning, but the missing children from St. Andral's. People are attacked on the roads outside of the village, and for that matter, even people within the village go missing. Perhaps once or twice a week, somebody is not seen or heard of again. And though we like to point the finger to the reformers, who knows where they're actually going or what's becoming of them. To say that all will be well is an exaggeration in Vallaki.
Now, your points are well taken, of course. Even in the short time we've been here, I don't know I don't know if any of us have developed a favorable opinion of the Burgomaster or the way he runs things.
Winley smirks.
Harmony will kind of look around a little bit, and lower her voice somewhat, just to kind of say, there are prohibitions against speaking certain names in this village. In the village of Barovia, we had heard that names that one is not allowed to speak here. One certain name in particular might be responsible for the disappearance of people. Does that happen here as well, or is the party in question successfully kept out of Vallaki?
Officially, he hasn't been here in over 100 years, but who's to say? The disappearance of victims as opposed to their bodies could certainly be accounted for simply by a greater note of caution. One even might question whether there is some sort of deal or unspoken agreement in place. I don't know any of this for certain. Evidence of that, of course, would be quite telling, though, no?
Now, I'm sure someone as well informed as you is probably aware that we have a standing dinner invitation to the Burgomasters tomorrow night.
That timing might be quite fortuitous, no?
Perhaps why you sent your footman to meet with us so hastily.
Ernst is standing in the corner and just kind of gives you a curt smile.
Well, if I may ask, certainly, if any of the activities you hint at are occurring as do-gooders, as we've clearly demonstrated ourselves to be thus far, we would of course be obligated to look into that regardless. But I'm curious, what would your plans be for Vallaki if you were to take power, if the Baron was indeed deposed?
Well, I don't know that I would take power necessarily. I might be a natural candidate, but I think bringing some form of council or committee to run the city would be much more beneficial to its people.
Forgive me for my assumption that you would immediately seek to fill the power vacuum that the Baron's abdication would leave. I may have misinterpreted your intentions.
Well, and I cast these names about not as suggestions for candidates or under any sort of understanding, but perhaps the innkeeper at the Blue Water could be a representative. Father Lucin, perhaps. There are a number of industrious and well-meaning citizens who I think could do quite a bit of good given the ability to do so.
Well, Harmony will kind of look around at the rest of the group. Speaking only for myself, I cannot say that I am opposed to the idea of looking into the potential misdeeds of
Especially if there's foul
Baron
play.
Vargas.
Yeah, if there's foul play involved. Then,
It's worth
yeah.
investigating, if nothing else.
And again, this is not...
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Mina, go ahead.
Do we know how to get to the Reformation Center or whatever, or do you know, Lady Wachter, how to find this place?
She frowns. I understand that it's somewhere outside of the village, but its exact location seems to be quite the guard secret.
Now, would you have any suggestions for us during our dinner at the Burgomaster's Manor in terms of where to look or what to be looking for?
She kind of pauses and contemplates for a moment. It's been a decent time since I've been there, but my daughter Stella, she was being courted by their son at one point, and she made a number of trips there. My understanding is that the main floor is mostly for entertaining, tea parlor, dining room, and the like. I think they keep most of their effects and personal items on the second floor, and so in that regard, if you could find some opportunity to steal away from dinner, or perhaps take a tour, you may have an opportunity to discover something.
Harmony nods. That's... Where is your daughter still being courted by their son?
No, I'm afraid not. She took ill a while back, and that courtship is well ended, and to be frank, knowing of Victor, his son, I'm not disappointed that has not come to pass.
What do you mean knowing about...
Much as you've met the Burgomaster and seen how boisterous and theatrical he is, his son is callow, cold, boring, but also deeply self-interested. I didn't think he was a good match, but in a village this size, there are only so many families appropriate for us.
Fair enough.
And is your daughter still ill?
Yes, I'm quite afraid so. She's been to St. Andral's many times. She's been seen, but I'm afraid it's an affliction of the mind more than of the body or the spirit.
Ash, not to volunteer you, but would you potentially be willing to take a look?
I mean, yeah, but I couldn't do much today. I'm kind of out of juice.
Certainly.
She holds up a hand. I appreciate any offers or suggestions, but despite the challenges my daughter has, we have grown comfortable with how she lives, and we would not wish to further derail the comfort she's found.
Certainly.
So you was this your main goal in inviting us here? Was to convince us to, spy on the Burgomaster tomorrow night, on the off chance that we could find something?
If you wish to be that direct about it, that is more or less perhaps what I hoped for.
I'm curious because you're asking out of this kind of general interest of the sake of the town, but you've gone to such lengths, spying, for lack of a better word, on us and our dealings with the Burgomaster, contacting us. I can't help but wonder if you have some kind of a personal interest here.
She gives Mina kind of a polite smile there and takes a sip of her wine. To say that it is personal that I care about the fate of Vallaki is certainly a great part of it, but for that matter I must act with caution. This is my home. With no disrespect to you, you are visitors, and so in that particular regard, the risk for you to run afoul of the Burgomaster is somewhat lessened. I have sons, I have my daughter here. If I were to fall afoul of his interests, then I would be at great risk, as would my family. Whereas for you, and again, no disrespect intended to you, but this is not your home, and if you run afoul of him, I think you have perhaps opportunities to settle or be safe elsewhere.
Of course, and I believe me, I understand feeling protective of the town that you live in, feeling protective of your home. You just have such a passionate interest in it, and obviously we want to be sure that we're helping someone who isn't just trying to create, as Harmony suggested, a power vacuum without a plan, because that could cause chaos.
Entirely understood, but no, I don't think things would fall to shambles if the Burgomaster were to step down.
I'm satisfied.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Harmony will kind of look around at the rest of the group for kind of like a thumbs up, thumbs down. Like, Ash, where do you fall on this? Or I guess, where's Bahamut fall on this?
I'm ambivalent right now.
If there is the potential for foul play, it's at the very least, I feel like it's in our best interest to at least investigate that.
Yeah, Harmony will kind of like nod at the rest of the group and say, well, I can't make any promises, of course, milady, but I will say that we will keep a sharp eye when when the Burgomaster hosts us tomorrow night, and we will see what, if anything, we are able to uncover.
I do appreciate your discretion and your efforts, as I'm sure does the rest of Vallaki.
Of course. A few less laws would not go amiss in a town like this.
Indeed.
Okay, well, I mean, that was... Mina's ready to head out.
Yeah, I mean, unless she has any other specific requests for us, if that seems to be the gist of it. Harmony will politely snack and sip a little bit, enough to, satisfy social obligations, and then we'll make a polite farewell.
Okay.
Somebody writing this down? She's looking around. Somebody writing all this down? We got a lot.
Anybody doing anything else at the house here?
No,
or
I
is
don't
everybody
think
taking
so.
off.
Not for myself, anyway.
It's probably starting to get like fairly darkish, so
Yeah.
Mina's looking to get back outside the walls sooner rather than later.
Well, back to yonder village map we go.
All right. So, Ash, Winley, do you want to stay outside, or I just feel like somebody should be at the inn in case. It seems safe, but I'd rather know that there's a couple capable sword arms there as well.
Yeah, Winley is kind of ambivalent. Like, more than happy to sleep outside.
Sleep in the-
Perfectly comfortable.
you can
Like,
just
on the
sleep-
ground.
yeah.
Like,
Well, we're
but
paying for
also-
these rooms
Yeah,
anyways.
also
so.
happy to stay with the kids.
Yeah.
Give Arena a break to, go downstairs and drink some wine by herself.
Ash, you
or
fine
whatever.
staying?
No, I'm going out. I have to be with the people that are being most in danger. Even though I'm not in the best of shape, that's what
Well,
my
no, Ash. Well, Harmony will, upon knowing that you're kind of in a bad way. Ash, you performed admirably today. You performed admirably last night. I would ask that you trust Mina and Sunny's safety to me tonight, and you focus on recovering. Who knows what dangers we'll face tomorrow.
Yeah, Ash. I haven't even been. I'm fully trying not to use the words. Full health. I'm uninjured. I haven't really gone through too much today. You're looking pretty rough. You should.
Focus on resting.
Especially if you're planning on casting Tiny Hut.
Yeah.
I will reluctantly stay at the end then.
Have a drink for me, Ash.
Besides, I think that Harmony makes a good point that we should leave.
We should have a presence
at the inn as well. Yeah.
Okay, so who is going outside and who is staying?
I think
Outside.
Winley and Ash are staying,
Okay.
and everyone else is going.
Okay. For the group outside, let's get an order of watch.
Okay. Harmony is going to cast Tiny Hut. I'll post the description in the chat.
Okay. And then for those of you at the inn, I'm going to bring us back to an inn view for a moment here.
Uh-oh.
A mere minch.
Okay. So I'll ask for the hut group is if you're all staying out there, is anybody gonna keep watch outside, or is everybody just sheltering in and relying on the magic?
We can see through the walls of the hut, so
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we should keep watch just in case.
From within, but yeah, I think setting a watch is still important.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to go first. How many hours has it been since the orphanage? Since we were at the orphanage?
It's been probably 3 hours.
Okay. So I'd love to go first since my dark vision is still active. Then I can, see a little better out here. But yeah, other than that.
Harmony is slightly worried about being, no. Harmony will offer to, if it's all right, go last, just in case, just so she can get, she'll try to go last, just so in case she's either has trouble being awoken or other issues with nightmares or what have you, she can get as much rest as possible before watching.
Okay.
And Sunny can take a watch too, so
Sure.
he'll go right after me, or
Sure.
that's great.
Okay. For those of you at the inn, when you come back, so Winley and Ash, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. When you come back, the crowd has picked up a little bit, much as you left it. Arena seems to have brought the kids down to the common room, and they're Freak and Myrtle are with the other two boys watching the bard, who is now kind of playing songs and seems to be kind of doing what storytellers do with kids, and kind of doing a little bit of music and interaction with the kids and putting on a bit of a show for them. Arena is sitting at a table with Vasily, and they seem to be having a reasonably warm or amicable conversation when you get there.
Winley does not make that noise when she sees this. Winley will go to the bar, have a drink, get some dinner, chat with the barkeep.
Okay.
Kind of eavesdrop on everyone else's conversations.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Sure.
And Ash, what are you up to?
I'll order dinner and a drink, and then I'd like to find a table where I can kind of see the front door, so I'm guessing this one right in the middle.
Yep. Okay. So, Winley, for you, in kind of eavesdropping, just a couple of different conversations are going on. The performance by the bard seems to be telling stories of Waterdeep and various kind of exploits. Names like Jarlax will get sprinkled in there. Seems to know quite a bit about the broader world than Barovia. Of the conversation between Yevgeny and Soldar, they seem to be sort of chuckling about the suicidality of what your group is planning on doing in hunting werewolves. The noblemen on the north side of the room are definitely trying to talk these ladies into coming home with them, and seem to be doing a decent job of that. And then Irina and Vasily seem to be sort of comparing not quite childhood stories, but like youth stories of where they've been around the village and how things have changed, although it doesn't sound like things have, in any way that you'd call change, have changed. We're talking about like, oh, well, remember when it used to snow more? Like, it's just not substantially different.
Gotta work on our flirting technique.
Yeah, apparently. So nothing terribly interesting. Okay.
Okay. And then Ash and Winley, do you just want to turn in at some point here at the inn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sleep in the stables with Chestnut.
It seems like a druid thing to do. No, yeah, I'll stop and chat with Irina for a second and just tell her, I'm more than happy to take the kids to bed so you can have the night off from watching them and, do whatever you want to do. And then, at some point as it gets late, if the bard stops playing or whatever, I'll take the kids to bed.
Okay. And then Ash?
Yeah, I'll go up to bed when they do. And I will. I don't know if we're going to do an actual watch rotation, but I'll actually stay up a little bit before turning in. So at least there's one round to watch.
You mean Ash and Winley aren't going home with the nobleman?
No.
They are far beneath me.
Literally and figuratively.
Yes.
Okay. I will spare the group that's sleeping outside. Nothing happens during your outside sleep. So if you need to do anything about like resetting your HP and whatnot, you can certainly do that.
Let's go pick a fight.
When the bard finishes up his show, he accepts some kind of offered coppers and silvers from the boys who apparently were given something to kind of pay him with after their entertainment.
All right, kids, make sure you pay the nice man when he's finished with
Winley
the
will
stories.
toss him a couple silvers as well.
He kind of gives a deep and dramatic bow for Winley and will make his way over to the table where Ash is sitting and give Ash and Winley both a smile. Ah, so you folks out of town as well?
Yes, we are.
Where'd you come from?
What a story!
Daggerfoot. Goodness, I haven't been through there in quite some time. I myself was taking the road down the Sword Coast when I stumbled into this village. Can't say I remember it, but here we are.
So you're not from Barovia?
No, Waterdeep myself.
I was under the impression that those that weren't in the know couldn't find this place. So you must have stumbled indeed.
He kind of frowns. Not that I've heard of, but I've been down this road so many times. I think I would have remembered everywhere I'd been, but lo and behold, there was this village. A little strange, I'll admit, but they pay well, and the people seem quite excited to hear the stories that I have to share.
Yes.
By the way, what's your name? If he holds out his hand, my name's Rictavio.
Can you put that in chat, please?
Sure.
Also, Ash. My name is Ash.
Winley will introduce herself.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. So, what brings you out here?
We traveled here with a group of Vistani who were seeking our help. Something about a curse.
A curse. Sounds like quite the story. And you notice that he's kind of pulling a quill out and seems to have some parchment.
The quintessential bard. Okay.
Do tell. What sort of curse?
Oh,
Winley will.
We learned much, but a lot of the subject is also taboo in some places. I kind of glance around and then I give him a knowingful glance.
Oh, you mean that one they say we're not allowed to say his name? That fellow?
Who shall not be named? Yes.
Well, I have to say, what have you gleaned or discovered there? He's a bit of a boogeyman around here, it seems like, but curious to know if you've heard or seen of anything real. I mean, for that matter, if he's even real or if he's just the scary story they tell children.
Winley will kind of conspiratorially lean in and be like, he's worse in person, and then say nothing else.
He is immediately hooked on when I'm saying that. Go on. How is he worse? What is he like?
Something about a scary flaming demon horse. And, just like vague, but also very specific details she just kind of gives him about the encounter with Strahd. Not saying his name, nothing like terribly specific about the story, just like weird things that like you would have had to have seen him to like be able to say.
Sure. As your conversation is happening, the boys who were watching a show earlier have just like crowded around, like listening to your conversation now. They seem absolutely enthralled with your story just as much as they were with his.
Oh God, they're gonna go home and tell their mom and dad that they know what the devil looks like. The angry mom and dads are gonna come looking for the source of tales.
I'll say, yeah, the three out of towners are gonna come back and like, why are our two other party members in the stocks? What the hell happened, guys?
As this is also going on, Irina and Vasily will also come and take a seat just to sort of hear more of this or hear more about this. But I mean, he essentially kind of poke everything you tell him about the flaming horse, every little detail. He just keeps asking more and more about it, and is clearly writing down everything you have to say.
Yeah. Winley's basically trying to give him details so he can like tell a grand story without actually giving any detail about like what has happened to us or like how we have been involved.
Okay.
It's like the flaming horse and that sort of thing. But his accent,
Sure.
things like that.
I would also like to warn him that I don't think that it's just the devil that is cursed, but rather this entire area. Meaning that's why you have been up and down this road so many times and never seen this place. It seems to be a place out of time. I would strongly recommend you not travel out of this area until we can figure out more, because we've heard that some people don't come back.
Don't travel at night.
Yeah. Goodness. Well, I mean, if that's your advice, I'm certainly happy to take it. Of course, as I said, they seem to be quite enamored with the stories I have to tell. So as long as I'm making coin here, I have no good reason to leave.
Yeah.
Have you left? When they will
I'm
ask
just not
him.
sure if it would be possible to get across the border in the present climate. Is all. So just want to make sure from one travel to another.
Blood or something.
Yeah.
He shakes his head. No, I haven't. I've been here. Danica, how long have I been here? 4 weeks, I think. I haven't had any reason to leave the village since I got here.
The Vistani seem to be the only ones that are able to freely go in and out. They seem to have a history with
Interesting.
who shall not be named.
A history, you say? Quite curious. Quite curious. Do you happen to know anything about why or what that history might be? Why they might be favored by him or some such?
Would just an out of character question, would the story that the Vistani told us about how Strahd was like a nobleman and he's been cursed or whatever, is that like a well-known thing, or is that just like
you have no way of knowing if that's well known or not? It's the first time you'd heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, I basically tell him bits of that story. Apparently the Vistani took him in while he was heavily wounded and earned the right to travel in his land.
Interesting. So I suppose the question then would be, can they take other people out or only bring them in?
Winley will lean in and be like, that is the question.
Yeah, they can bring them in for sure, and they may let us to believe they could bring us out, but we haven't gotten a clear answer on that.
Interesting. Well, I shall have to ponder this and perhaps investigate further. Are you going to be staying here for a while? Might I ask you further questions in the future? I think it's quite a tale you're going to have when this is all said and done.
This seems to be our base of operation, at least for now, so...
Winley will, in a more serious tone, say, while we are still here and potentially under the watch of said unnameable, we can't give too many details about our travels and adventures. Just, we need to keep ourselves safe. But if there are any snippets that we can share with you, sure.
Well, I do appreciate it. Out of curiosity, when you say while you're under watch, what exactly do you mean?
Well,
You think he's lurking in the shadows, watching you, perhaps?
I'm sure you've heard stories. And that's all she says.
Well, to be perfectly honest, this might be the biggest story I've heard. Everything else has always been ambiguous, this, that. He'll eat you if you go out after dark, yada, yada, yada. It just sounds like the same bump in the night stuff you hear everywhere else. But if that's the case, I don't blame you for being cautious.
I will tell him, I don't know how capable at combat you are necessarily, but I'll tell him about the village of Barovia and that, he could potentially find some good stories there. But also warn him that the road is dangerous and that, if he's comfortable here, maybe he should stay here. But if he's really after a good story, he could go inquire there.
Good to know. Good to know. Anyone you'd suggest I ask for?
Myself. I wouldn't go back there anytime soon.
I mean, Winley will say that, it wasn't too long since we were there. There's not really anyone in particular that I would be like, oh, they would have all the juicy details, but just like rumors in the town or whatever that you could definitely make a good bardic story out of.
Wow.
I will say that as payment for us trying to keep you informed of anything that we come across, I'd ask that you do a free show once in a while over at the orphanage. I think the kids could use some uplifting.
He seemed fond of it. Alright, but only if you stop being so vague about these things. After all, a good story's in the details, isn't it not?
Oh, but we've given you so much tonight, and we can't just give it all to you. You know that as a good storyteller. You gotta keep them hooked.
True enough. Well, I think I'll be coming back for your stories here soon enough. It was a pleasure to meet you both. And he'll kind of hop up and offer his hand to each of you.
Winley will shake it.
Okay. Ash?
Oh, yeah, yes. Sorry, yes.
No handshake.
No, I completely snub him.
All right. Well, with that, that is sort of the highlights of the evening. So if you intended to turn in, then we can turn over the page to the next day. No one is murdered in the night. Most notably, Harmony, you both do not have nightmares and also sleep well.
Wow.
For the first time in many days.
So,
Since I got to this stupid country.
long
What
rest
about the people in
achieved.
the inn?
Everybody does.
I would say I don't think the rest of us had nightmares at all last night.
Yeah.
The curse.
Only
has been
Harmony.
Broken.
Let's see.
Of course, now I gotta see if I can taste
Harmony,
things.
spending the night out in the the cool, clear, fresh air of the wilderness. It can
Under
do
a
lot
magic
for you.
dome.
It can do a lot of good.
Yeah, cram it, you hippie. Let's get back in the town. I need a drink.
Fair enough.
Man, that is a very quintessential bard talking to a ranger right there. Cram it, hippie. Let's get back into town.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to switch up my spells.
As we're kind of like
As long as you're okay with me doing that
As
while
we're-
the
as-
next day begins.
Well, we're kind of like packing up camp. Harmony will kind of look over at Doc and kind of say in a very theatrical voice, like, "Scarecrows." Yeah.
Beginning to think they were just making crap up.
You think we were
my
lying?
XP says differently.
More like they're, if such scarecrows did occur, clearly they know who not to mess with.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Uh,
Damn it.
How many of our party, other than you, have a crossbow as well?
yeah, sure.
You and Mina?
I
Mina,
also have a crossbow.
Ash does as well.
does.
Okay.
I don't use it very often. I use it mostly for hunting.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think I'll leave my spells as they are for the moment.
Okay.
hopefully this will be the last time we have to send. Of course, we're gonna pick Sunny right up on the other side of town once we. Cause we're going werewolf hunting, right?
I believe that is the plan.
Yeah, when we head back out, we'll meet back up
Yep.
with them.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so what is the plan for the party? Are you all heading out of town to try to find the trail, or how are you going about that?
Werewolf children.
That was Harmony's plan.
Well, children and werewolves, not necessarily werewolf
Oh, you're jumping to the end.
Yeah.
Of the quest.
I know.
Why not, you know? Okay.
What was to the southwwest? Something.
The Wizard
The
Wines.
winery.
Yeah,
That-
the winery.
don't worry.
Vineyard. That was the word I was looking
Well, did she say vineyard?
Not on the list.
I think she said winery, but we would call it a vineyard, I believe.
for. 6 to 1, half dozen the other, yeah?
Alliteration, you know. Wizard Vineyard just doesn't have quite the same ring
Ryan
to
was
it.
kind
The
of-
Wizard of Wines.
They might not actually grow their grapes there. It might not be.
It's true.
That's true.
Technically, but
I guess we'll find out at some
Who
point.
knew?
we'll find out eventually.
Who knew Mina was such a wine snob?
Yeah.
Anyway, I believe we're going
The werewolves.
north looking for the werewolf.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring us back to yonder world map then. All right, so heading north out of town, go ahead and make a survival check. I'm gonna say Mina, since that's probably your domain the most.
Are any of us able to give a help action on
You
that?
sure can.
Great. I'm gonna do it.
How about some guidance?
Ooh, and guidance.
Very nice. Very nice.
So take it with advantage and some guidance.
Cool. So that's 23 plus
A D4.
D4.
24.
I'm also gonna ask in advance: are you doing your gift of alacrity?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm asking because I don't want to gotcha later.
Oh, and I'm also gonna cast Aid. I guess nobody's got decreased HP at the moment. I'll cast it on
Probably Ash.
Ash. Doc. Wait, Doc. Is that gonna interfere with your
'cause
protective
10
fields?
HP?
Yeah.
Then I don't need it. I have my
Okay.
own
Cast
source.
it on Doc. Oh, nope, not Doc. Cast it on Ash. Cast it on Winley, and I'll cast it on Sunny.
Okay.
So
What's that give
what
me
is
again?
Let me double. I'll post the description. Keep going, Dan.
Cool.
In the meantime, you head about a quarter-mile north out of the village when you find what was described by the hunters. You see tracks, including your own and that of the guards from the prior day on the road, but realize now that you're looking for it that there's a huge number of what looks like wolf tracks in the kind of in the dirt and in the road leading off to the west from here, and those are accompanied by some human tracks as well heading into the woods to the west.
So let's follow.
Into the woods, yep.
Okay. Can I get a marching order for walking into the woods?
Winley would like to take up the rear, please.
Me first
Ash
or
first.
second.
Put the cleric in the front.
Harmony will stick to the. Harmony will.
I feel like Mina should be in the front since we're presumably
Yeah,
following her
I'll be up
tracks.
front, but
Harmony will.
Right behind me.
Harmony will be second from the back.
Okay. Sorry, Mina's up front, Harmony second to back,
Doc in the middle.
Yeah, I'll take mid, I guess.
Doctrine's in the middle.
Mina, Ash, Doc, Harmony, and.
That way, if we're attacked from
Winley,
the
where
front,
are
you're
you?
equidistant from
The back.
Yeah, no, that's a good
If
idea.
you're attacked from the back.
Also,
you're
being the
equidistant.
shortest, it's probably easiest to keep me in the middle just so that I don't trail behind or whatever.
And then, I'm sorry, Ash, are you ahead of Doctrine or behind Doctrine?
I'm ahead of Doctor.
Okay. That's what I've got there. Alright, so then heading into the woods to the west, we carry on here and follow the tracks a little ways. Boop. And the DM rolls dice for no particular reason.
Ignore the old man behind the curtain.
And the DM rolls more
nothing
dice.
going on here.
Don't worry about it. Alright, as you are walking through the woods, you come across a grave, an unmarked grave. It's a very clear kind of mound of dirt in the middle of the woods. Looks reasonably fresh. There's no marker or anything, but it's quite obviously kind of person-sized. It's not like in the middle of the tracks or anything. You sort of notice it off to the side as you're walking.
Do the tracks like lead to it or
No.
just past that?
Oh no.
Ironic.
I say we ignore it.
Howling.
Yeah, Winley doesn't particularly care about this grave.
The random
Ash
grave.
cast Gentle Repose.
I was about to
They're
say,
already dead,
do
man.
Well, I have to be able to see the body.
That's how Gentle Repose works. You think
I don't think we should defile or disturb this grave, personally. So,
Yeah.
Quick, maybe revivify.
let's get rid of it.
Maybe it was less than.
Okay.
Fastest covered grave ever.
About a quarter of a mile further past the grave, the tracks come to what appears to be a river running down to the lake. Looking at it, the tracks clearly kind of walk into the water, and so it does appear that they either started walking in the shallows, or that they crossed potentially.
All right. Well, is the river easily fordable? Like, can we just kind of walk across it?
It definitely is going to get deep enough that you'd have to swim. So up to you.
Looks like there's a
I
bridge
would say
slightly to
we
the
just go a
south.
quarter mile south and take the bridge.
Unless we'll
Send
lose,
the person in
unless
heavy
we'll
armor.
completely lose the trail.
I mean, if we know there's a bridge down there, then we could go to the bridge and then just walk along this whole bank and see if we find footprints.
That'd be my vote.
You're the tracker.
Do we know that there's a bridge there? I don't know that I
mean,
there was a...
I think the general gist has been if we can see it, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then let's... I mean, I don't think we're in any like specific rush here. It's like pretty early in the morning still.
Yeah.
We're following a fairly cold trail anyway, so like I don't think that we're...
Not getting any
Well,
significantly colder.
We do just
over the
have a
course of-
dinner appointment tonight.
That's true. I'm just saying for the purposes of like...
So far, we got time.
Across the bridge. So yeah, let's head down and go across the bridge, and then let's just kind of slowly make our way back up this side of the river, looking for any tracks on this side.
Okay. And you do pick up tracks on the far shore here, and then are able to continue following those. And the DM. So it looks like they forded the river, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
They probably weren't wearing heavy armor.
Yeah. Lucky bastards.
And it is now 9.
For travel purposes, anyway.
Those werewolves not wearing heavy armor.
And just as a kind of general question, are werewolves like common knowledge? Like, would Harmony know about? Like, Colin knows what werewolves are and what like their weaknesses are. Does Harmony know how lycanthropy works?
That would probably be a knowledge check.
Okay.
Arcana?
Yep. Arcana or nature.
You want me to do it and just give me an assist?
Yeah, sure. We can just swap stories.
Yeah.
So werewolves. What do you know about werewolves?
I don't know. Let's see what I roll. I know quite a bit about werewolves.
Our vision grew a little bit there.
Well, because you've come out of the woods
We have
into
to-
sort of an more open field here. And apologies that I'm going to sort of fudge a little bit of kind of how or what you see here. So, kind of coming out of the woods here, and now at about 10 in the morning or so, you see kind of to the north that it's more of just kind of a rolling hills, kind of ramping up towards some mountains further to the north. Although the woods do seem to wrap around them further up there, about maybe half a mile or so. You've walked up to sort of the shore of what looks like a larger lake, and you can see further than your vision here. But because of how the vision works, I can't quite limit you there. But to the southwest, you can see what looks to be a tower. On a small island set out on the out there. It looks to be about almost a mile away to the southwest. That's just sort of a notable landmark that you can see from here, although the trail is taking you to the north and kind of around the northern bank.
I was going to say a tower didn't seem like a particularly likely werewolf den, but a good landmark to...
I bet it's haunted. I've seen The Witcher.
I'm sure there's nothing in the tower at all.
Nothing worth noting at all. Yeah.
Not at all.
It's just a tower.
No.
Well,
Sometimes a tower
we'll
is just a tower.
add it to the list of side quests.
And I'll just ping kind of a reference where it is. It's down here.
Does it coincide to anyone's tarot card?
Yeah.
I don't remember what everyone
We
else's
got the
were.
Sign of the Ravens, and we've
So
got
we're already 3 in, aren't we?
2 or
Unless
3.
there's a guy on a balcony, like up on the tower.
No, it literally seems more like just a straight stone tower. There's no balconies or
Kind of like a
walkways.
lighthouse.
Like an obelisk?
Not an obelisk and not a lighthouse, but lighthouse would be more similar.
And you called it a larger lake. Is it larger than Lake Zarovich?
No,
or-
not at all. It's just a body of water, much bigger
Gotcha.
than what you can see on the token here.
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. Also notably, as you've reached this plain, it is kind of starting to snow a little bit. Not like heavily or anything, but just kind of a light pitter-patter of snow. So let's get some, for anybody not wearing cold weather clothing, let's get some
Motherfucker!
Constitution saves.
God damn it!
You were given so many opportunities to run errands. Oh, well.
You said con check?
The
Con
cold
save.
does not affect me.
Okay, Elsa.
The cold never bothered her
Please,
anyway.
please don't, Tom.
No way. Oh, yeah.
No.
Well, fine. Wait, but I'm hot-blooded. I'm an infernal. Surely I'm...
Mina, you have cold weather clothing, correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So everybody but Harmony it feels a little bit of a shiver. Harmony, you're not having any effects yet, but you can tell you are not enjoying this at all, and probably need shelter here soon, or it's gonna start getting to you.
Harmony will mention, anybody else? A little cold out here. It's,
Winley, in her loincloth, turns and is like, I don't know what you're talking about.
it's, pretty cold.
God,
I'm perfectly warm.
The worst kind of person.
Pretty cold out here, you guys. I didn't think the werewolves liked cold weather.
Note to self: I need to buy cold winter gear.
Continuing to follow the trail, takes you around kind of the edge of the water here and back into yonder woods.
Hey, Sonny, come here. Sonny, come over here.
Snuggle the wolf. You'll be fine.
Can I ride in the wagon?
Setting up
Bring the wagon.
Harmony.
Did we bring the wagon?
No.
We did not.
Man, that would have been smart, wouldn't it?
Well, we're also
I think it would have slowed us
think
down
Yeah,
a
then again, we
lot.
haven't really been on wood.
I don't think we want Chestnut around werewolves.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
So-
oh god, our line of sight got way shorter again.
Well, and that's just
Take us
adjusting.
back into
Yep,
wood.
the trees, I know.
Yep, Mandymod's not Mandymod's should get a little bigger here in a second.
Yeah,
All right.
it just grew.
And notably here, as you are walking, it becomes apparent to you as you start kind of walking uphill here where this is likely leading. Because as you walk just a little bit further, you can see the mouth of a very large cave up against the hillside that looks like
Oh
this.
my god.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.